Good morning, counsel. Back on the record in the Simpson matter, Mr. Simpson is again present before the court with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Thompson, Mr. Neufeld, people represented by Ms. Clark, Mr. Clark, and Mr. Darden. Jury is not present. Counsel, anything we need to take up before we ask the jurors to join us? No. Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please. All right, let the record reflect that we've now been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Dr. Weir, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, good morning, Dr. Weir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Doctor, you were reminded, sir, that you were still under oath, and Mr. Neufeld, you may continue with your cross-examination. You're welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Dr. Weir.
Good morning, Mr. Neufeld.
Dr. Weir, is it your position that the appropriate or ideal, let's call it the ideal database in a criminal case for analyzing DNA evidence would come from a census of the population of possible perpetrators?
Do you understand the question?
Yes, I'm thinking, the word census means a complete enumeration. I suppose that would be ideal. It would be beyond practicalities.
Well, have you ever, in fact, stated that in your own articles, in your own writing?
I probably have, yes.
In fact, I think, could you explain, by the way, what that term means to the jury?
Which one was that?
That the ideal database would be the population of potential perpetrators.
Oh, certainly. And I think that's quite a good point. What we're trying to do is to estimate the frequency of one of these now absent profiles. We want to know how often something occurs, and the way to answer such a question is to go out and see how often it occurs. I mean, the ideal, and I say ideal in the meaning that's the sort of the ultimate extent, is to go out and type everybody in the world. And that would be certainly wonderful, because then we would know, when we saw a profile, how many times it occurs. I think I said on Friday, or maybe Thursday, we can't even count everybody in the world, let alone profile them.
Now, I think also in your writing, sir, you used as an example in a criminal case where the police were actually able to go out there and type the entire reference population of possible perpetrators. This was a case in England, in Leicestershire.
Yes, that was the first criminal application of DNA. It was an interesting case for many points, but indeed the crime was committed in a village, and the police got blood from everyone, I think in actually 2 adjacent villages, something like 5,000 people.
And in that case, what they did is they typed all the male members, I believe, of those 2 villages?
It was a rape murder, so they typed all the males, yes.
And so that would be an example where in fact, you have a database comprised of a census of the population of possible perpetrators.
Well, it wasn't a database. They didn't do any frequencies. They just typed everybody and found the person who matched.
Now,
So there were no calculations done. I just didn't. I wanted to clarify the word database.
okay. But they at least had data on the entire population of potential perpetrators, at least in that case.
They had typing on just a very small number of loci. Yes.
And would you agree, sir, that in each case defines what would be its own appropriate population of potential perpetrators?
That's right. We always, when there is a case and there's a matching profile, there are two possibilities. Either we know who the profile came from, or we don't know, but this unknown person's got to come from somewhere. And as Mr. Neufeld said, it's convenient to call that group of unknown people the population of potential perpetrators. It's a funny phrase.
So for instance, in this particular case, where Mr. Goldman and Nicole Simpson Brown are killed in a place somewhere in Los Angeles, in the area called Brentwood, would the population of potential perpetrators include those people with a certain geographical proximity who could potentially have committed this crime? Would it include those people?
It would certainly include those, among others. That may be the most natural description.
And when we say include, that would mean at least including the people of Los Angeles, or the greater Los Angeles area, if you will.
I'm not sure how wide a net you would want to cast, but that sounds reasonable.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, sir, did either Cellmark or the Department of Justice rely on a database comprised of the population of potential perpetrators?
Not in this case, nor in any other, because the population of potential perpetrators is not sufficiently well defined that it can be sampled.
Well, you've also written, I believe, Dr. Weir, that shy of doing a census of the entire population of potential perpetrators, the next best approach would be to take a representative sample of that population of potential perpetrators. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, we can't get everybody. A sample from it's going to be easier if I say the irrelevant population. If we could do that, we would. It's almost always the case in a crime that population is not sufficiently delineated. You know, we've said that this one could involve Los Angeles, it could involve San Francisco, it could involve someone who's just hopped off a bus, committed a crime, and then hopped back on. So it's very difficult for us in practice to say which group of people there is that we should be considering. So because we can't describe it, we can't take a sample from it.
Dr. Weir, do you have any published evidence that would show that the multiloquist frequencies in the Cellmark and DOJ databases are the same as the population of potential perpetrators in this case?
Oh, I can't do that for any case. The population is not defined well enough.
And would you agree, sir, that the databases that were relied upon in this case are not even representative of the population of potential perpetrators for the crimes committed in this case?
Well, that's really confusing things a bit, I think. It's not representative in the sense it doesn't contain people just from this area. It's representative, however, in the sense that the frequencies we obtain from the Cellmark or the FBI databases are applicable to the crime in this case.
Well, sir, would you agree that, for instance, not even large segments of the population of people who live in Los Angeles County are reflected in any of those databases that you relied upon from either the FBI, the Department of Justice, or Cellmark?
Well, I agree in the sense that those specific people, but I disagree in the sense that people with those profiles, we have a lot of experience now from FBI and Cellmark and many other laboratories in this country and around the world showing that whenever we make calculations, each calculation differs according to which database we use, but they don't differ in the sense of importance, in that a profile is very rare in this population, which would be very probative, or very common in this population, which would not be very interesting. So we find great consistency in the conclusion that these multi-locus profiles, these complex DNA profiles, are rare no matter which database we use.
I'm sorry, but Dr. Wood, didn't you say just on Friday that, for instance, for the various PCR markers, that you see large swings in certain profile frequencies between different racial populations, be it black, be it white, or be it Hispanic?
Well, yes, for the PCRs, the numbers are much smaller. The proportional differences are quite large. The actual differences are not. We're going from tens to hundreds, maybe to thousands. We are getting a range. Of course, that's a big range of numbers. But we didn't start out by saying the PCR profiles are extremely rare. No one's ever claimed that. The RFLP profiles are extremely rare, no matter which database we use.
Now, Dr. Ware, returning to that issue of whether or not the databases that you relied on in this case are representative of the population of potential perpetrators, are you aware of the fact, for instance, that California has the largest concentration of Asian Americans in the United States?
I'm not aware, but it doesn't surprise me.
Okay. And, sir, the databases that you relied upon in this case, well, and furthermore, are you aware that there is a very substantial Asian American population residing in the greater Los Angeles area?
No, I'm sure that's right, yes.
Okay. And so would you agree that the databases that Cellmark relied upon in this case do not include Asian Americans?
Well, of course they don't, but I think I've explained that I don't believe that matters, because when we examine Asian databases, we still find that an RFLP profile is rare and a PCR profile is in the same ballpark as from the Hispanic and African American and Caucasian. Your point's quite valid. There are no specifically designated Asian databases used in this case. I don't think it's going to cause us any misunderstanding of the nature of these profiles.
And sir, not only are there no Asian American databases from Cellmark, but again, you agree there's no Asian American database that you've relied upon here in analyzing the DOJ or FBI work, isn't that correct?
No, I haven't used Asian. I've used the Hispanic, African American, and Caucasian, three somewhat different racial groups, and their frequencies are consistent in that the whole three of them tell us the same story. The RFLP profiles are astonishingly rare, and the PCR profiles are rare but not astonishing.
Well, and that the PCR profiles vary considerably depending upon which database you use. Isn't that correct, sir?
And proportionally, but not in absolute terms. They're still in the range tens to hundreds to thousands.
Sir,
I think he finished.
Sir, with respect to the PCR databases, wouldn't you agree that there are, in your terms, statistically significant differences between the various ethnic groups?
Well, I'm not sure on the profiles. We'll have to examine each one specifically. The numbers are different. If they're significantly different, we mean is one included in the confidence limit of the other?
I'm sorry, did you finish your answer?
No, I hadn't. Now, for the profiles consisting of PCR, typically or up to 14 bands with a 7 PCR. Each one of those 14 bands by itself can differ markedly. We've got some numbers here. They can be 2 or 3% in one database and maybe 20% in another. And an astonishing difference for each individual item. And some people have got very upset about this difference for each band. That's interesting, but it's misleading in that we are not using individual bands. We're using the whole package. Now, if I have a band which is more frequent in African Americans and less frequent in Caucasians, it almost has to follow that another band must be flipped around. We've got to have some balancing out between the databases. It just couldn't be otherwise. So when we multiply together these varying bands, the whole package, the whole profile, doesn't differ as much as the individual bands.
So just to cut to the numbers themselves, if you look, sir, at the table you have the 3 contributors for the various mixtures. Could you look at that for a second?
Certainly. This is the one I gave you this morning.
Yes. Now look at item 29 on the steering wheel.
Yes, now these are all the PCR profiles, right?
What is the most frequent profile for a 3-contributor mixture for item 29?
Well, this comes if these 3 unknown people that we're supposing we don't know where this profile came from, if those 3 were African American, Southeast Hispanic, and Southwest Hispanic, in that case, the profile would occur 1 time out of 4.
It's 1.
Excuse me, I've misspoke. 1 out of 2.
1 out of 2?
That's right.
Okay. That's if the mixture came from an African American, Southeastern Hispanic, and a Southwestern Hispanic,
Yeah,
correct?
well, I thought so. It's actually 2 African Americans and a Caucasian. I apologize.
2 African Americans.
And a Caucasian.
You want to start with a new page?
Thank you, Your Honor. So this is going to be for 3 contributors. Now, would you please tell me what's the most common profile?
That one, the 2 African Americans and the Caucasian.
2 African Americans and a Caucasian.
Right.
And what is the frequency of that 3-contributor mixture, sir?
1 out of 2.
Now, according to these databases that you relied upon, could you please give me the racial or ethnic mix of that group of people which would have the rarest frequency?
Certainly. This is if the whole 3 unknown contributors were all Caucasian.
And, sir, how rare or common would that frequency occur, given your databases?
1 in 3,500.
1 in 3,500. Is that right?
That's correct.
Would you agree, Dr. Ware, that the difference between a frequency of 1 in 2 and a frequency of 1 in 3,500 is extremely significant?
Well, I'm going to have to do it in 2 parts. Of course it is, and I should explain why the difference is so dramatic in this case. I woke up this morning at 5 and thought, how can I possibly avoid embarrassing myself again in court? And I thought, I'll do every conceivable thing to make these frequencies as conservative as possible. And I noticed that I believe item 29 has an LDLR, has a polymarker component to it. And I noticed that in the African American database, there was a suggestion, just a hint of some dependence between components of the polymarker. So I took out some of the information for the African American contributors to item 29, which is, so really we're comparing. I think this is appropriate numbers, but we need to keep in mind we are comparing profiles with different numbers of bands in them.
All right. And, sir, just as your calculations and your databases did not include any Asian Americans in them, would you agree that in the Los Angeles community there are various people of different Hispanic origin?
Oh, yes, I would go further. I think when we come down and look at people in particular, if we went round the room, we'd find that we each have different ethnic backgrounds if we go back far enough.
To your knowledge, Dr. Weir, does either the DOJ databases that you relied upon or the Cellmark databases for their Hispanic database contain people who originally are from South America as opposed to being from Mexico?
Oh, I have no idea.
In fact, you have no idea whether there are any people in these databases from, say, Colombia
No, I have
who
no
have moved to the
idea.
United States.
I have no idea.
Now, Gary Sims said that he relied on the FBI's RFLP database. Are you aware of that, sir?
I think DOJ uses those databases from the FBI, yes.
And are you aware, sir, that a substantial portion of the FBI's Caucasian database is comprised of 220 self-described white FBI agents?
What's the self-described? That they are FBI agents.
Well, the self-described refers to their ethnicity.
Oh, certainly. Well, yes, as all the databases do, yes.
You're aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. In your opinion, Dr. Ware, would you consider 220 white FBI agents to be within the population of potential perpetrators for the murder of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman?
From the point of view of RFLP profiles, I would, yes.
Okay. And
Because their profiles, that actually the FBI agents is a lovely collection of people because they're from all over the country. And although they say, as Mr. Neufeld said, they self-describe themselves as Caucasian, we can be sure they have quite different European backgrounds. So this is really a lovely mixing up. We've got people from all over, each contributing their own unique profiles and making sure that the FBI's database represents the whole of the United States. I think it's good.
Okay, Dr. Ware, how sure are you as to the fact that whether or not the FBI's 220 white FBI agents represent European backgrounds from all over Europe? Do you have any personal understanding on that subject?
Oh, well, I'm just relying on my common sense there.
Just your common sense?
Yes, sir.
You have no personal information as to the ethnic origins or national origins of any of those 220 white FBI agents, do you?
Or them or anybody else in any of these databases.
I see. And in fact, Dr. Ware, you said that other people in this white FBI database come from other parts of the country. And I think you said all over the country. Is that right?
No, I said the FBI agents would be from all over the country.
Right. Now, other portions of the white database come from Texas, I believe you said, right?
Well, the FBI Caucasian database has actually 4 origins. There are FBI recruits. There are people who have given blood donors from, I think, Miami, somewhere in Texas. I'm not sure if it's Houston or Austin, and somewhere in California here.
Now,
It's probably Los Angeles.
well, probably Los Angeles. Do you know for a fact that it's Los Angeles?
I think I've read that, yes.
And do you know for a fact that they are actually blood donors or from some other source?
I thought it was blood donors.
Could you show me the source of information that you're relying upon when you say that the sources of subjects from California are derived from a blood bank?
Well, I'm going to have to cite my own paper in 1992, and then when I wrote that, I checked with Dr. Podolny, and that was my understanding at that time.
In the 1992 paper, do you say that they come from actual blood donors in California?
I think I did.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that as to the white database of the FBI, that 220 FBI agents are included in that white database. Are you aware of the fact that the FBI's African American database does not include any FBI agents?
No, I'm not aware of that specifically, no.
Well, are you aware of what the source of the FBI's black database is?
It's parallel to the Caucasian. That's the blood banks from those 3 areas, Miami, Houston, and Los Angeles.
Okay, so if it's just the blood banks from Miami, Houston, Los Angeles, you have not included in that group any African American FBI agents. Isn't that correct, sir?
That's absolutely correct.
And, sir, are you aware that the reason there is no African American FBI agents in the FBI's African American database is they don't have sufficient numbers of African American FBI agents working for the FBI?
I'm sure, well, that makes sense. They just probably didn't choose to separate out that group if it wouldn't be numerous enough.
So you're aware of the fact that these databases are really nothing more than convenience samples. Is that a fair statement?
Oh, they are the best things we can do. If we call them convenience, that's a good term. We've got to get blood from people. It's hard it's hard to get anything from people. And it's very hard to get blood from people, so it makes sense to go to the place where the blood is kept, the blood banks.
Well, Dr. Ware, as opposed to convenience samples, you would agree that the samples used in these databases are not what statisticians refer to as truly random samples. Isn't that correct?
Well, they're not truly random. That would require us to list the population and take a sample from this list or some other scheme. It's unnecessary to do that. And I say that on the basis of what we see in databases collected under a variety of rules within this country and around the world. We just don't get led astray by using these FBI databases.
Dr. Ware, a moment ago you said that taking these blood bank samples is I believe you said, a wonderful source of samples for analyzing this data. Is that correct?
Yes, certainly.
Now, Dr. Cotton testified several weeks ago in this case that the 1992 Cellmark database for African Americans is derived from 150 people who made contributions at a blood bank in Detroit. Are you aware of that fact?
Not the details, but that sounds right.
Now, sir, do you have any idea how ethnicity or race was determined at that Detroit blood bank?
No, but what I'm hoping is that it was self-reported. And I think there is very easy to overstate the ethnicity of these databases. Ethnicity is, we now know, it's a very vague term genetically. We may look different, but underneath we are extremely similar. So although it's interesting and maybe convenient to label these databases African American, Caucasian, and Hispanic, it's sort of overstating the differences. For these profiles, particularly the RFLPs, they just don't differ very much in frequency.
But Dr. Weir, you're aware of the fact that the laboratories who did the work have chosen to rely on those racial and ethnic classifications in their databases. Isn't that correct?
Well, I don't know that I'd say rely. They keep them separate, and this has the advantage that we get different answers so that it's clear to us what difference it makes if we go to different sets of people. It sort of makes my point. It just doesn't make a difference. I would be just as happy if they amalgamated all the databases into one and just gave a single figure. But by giving a range, if you like, they are being very open and saying, well, I've used 3 different samples and this is how they differ, and they all tell me the same thing. These profiles are very rare.
Dr. Weir, a moment ago you said you do not have any knowledge as to how ethnicity or race was determined at that Detroit blood bank. Is that correct?
I don't have any knowledge, that's right.
And sir, would it be fair to say that you also have no knowledge how ethnicity or race was determined for any of the FBI databases?
Well, I have no knowledge, but what I'm hoping is that it was very vague.
I'm sorry, I just asked the last part of the answer to be struck. I'm asking what he has knowledge about. Well, if in fact, you mentioned the method a minute ago of self-reporting. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
In other words, where a person comes in and gives blood, and the nurse or phlebotomist says, what race are you? And the person says, I am white, I am black, I am brown, I am green, I am whatever. Okay? That would be self-reporting, correct?
That's what self-reporting means,
Right.
yes.
And would you agree, sir, that self-reporting is not a scientific method of classifying people by race?
Mr. Neufeld, I don't think we understand what race is at a genetic level. We had a very interesting conference in Atlanta last fall where this was discussed extensively and reported in the newspapers. We now know as scientists that the whole idea of race is a very vague one genetically. So what I'm hoping is that people don't get too detailed and specific about their race, whatever they choose to call themselves. What I'm more concerned is that we have a sample of people from a wide basis possible.
Dr. Weir, please answer the question.
Sustained.
Dr. Weir, if the Detroit Blood Bank relies on self-reporting of the individual donors, would you agree that that would not be a scientific method of classifying people by race?
I think the question's confusing in that it doesn't make any difference what the people are called. They can call themselves Martians and we'll still get the same conclusions. that these profiles are rare. I think that the reporting of racial groups just is irrelevant.
Dr. Weir, you have reported data in this case based on racial groups, have you not?
I've used the databases as supplied to me, and those are described by racial names.
And have you, in fact, expressed ranges in your testimony that are predicated on race as well?
Yes, because that makes it very, very clear what I'm talking about. It shows the effect of using different databases.
So, Dr. Weir, I now ask you, do you agree or do you disagree that simply relying on self-reporting to determine one's race is not scientific?
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry. The scientific meaning how we should calculate profile frequencies, I think what they've done is most appropriate.
Dr. Weir, if the person who drew the blood simply wrote down race based on the self-reporting, would that be a scientific way of determining someone's race?
For the purposes of these calculations, I don't think it matters what the person writes down.
I didn't ask you whether it matters, sir. I asked you whether it be scientific. Can you answer that question?
I can answer the question in the context of what I'm doing here, and I think in the context of what I'm doing here, it just doesn't make any difference.
I didn't ask you whether it makes any difference, sir. And, Your Honor, I would ask that the witness be instructed to at least answer the question.
Nope. The way you phrased the question, he's giving an answer within the context of his expertise.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not it is scientific to simply rely on someone self-reporting that I am either African American or Caucasian or Hispanic as a means of determining which database that person fits into?
Certainly, I think it's most appropriate.
And you think it's scientific?
I think it's appropriate for doing the scientific calculations. When you say is it scientific for this context, yes, I think it is.
Okay. And how about if the person in the blood bank simply relied on his or her observations of the blood donor to determine which race the individual belonged in? Would that be scientific?
Well, given what I've said, that is just as appropriate. It is just as arbitrary as self-reporting. I think it would be fine.
Dr. Weir, if it makes no difference how someone describes themselves and what database they fit into, then how do you explain the huge differences on that board between 1 and 2 if you have people who are 2 African Americans and 1 Caucasian contributing to the mixture versus a frequency of 1 in 3,500 if you have 3 Caucasians contributing to the mixture?
Well, the difference is partly with the different number of bands, but the more important difference is that we are based on 4 different samples. We could very well have found the same range from 4 samples of Caucasians.
But you couldn't find it in 4 different Caucasians in these databases, could you?
I have only 1 Caucasian database.
And that's what you relied on here?
Yes, certainly.
Okay. So wouldn't you agree that when people simply report their race, if asked, say, at a blood bank, that that's not done in a scientific fashion?
Haven't we asked this question now about 8 times?
I modified the language thinking that perhaps this will give the witness a different answer.
Please restate it. Excuse me.
Do you believe that people who are reporting their race when they go to a blood bank, that those descriptions would be consistent with doing this in a scientific fashion?
Well, I can't answer unless we talk about what it's used for. If it was used to construct an evolutionary tree of the evolution of races of man, then it would be very important. If it's used to calculate forensic profile frequencies, I don't mind what they say.
But the reason you say you don't mind is because you don't think race makes a difference now. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Overruled.
And you don't think it makes a difference, notwithstanding the example that I put on that board, which is, I don't think we gave a number to this board, Your Honor.
Nope.
Could we, what is next in line?
1206.
1206?
Is that correct, Mr. Douglas?
And you don't think it makes a difference, Dr. Ware, notwithstanding the example that is reflected on defendant's 1206, isn't that correct?
Well, as I've explained, there's a little wrinkle here, but if I had kept the same number of bands, the numbers would still have been different. There's a range for every profile over all these 4 databases, and I think the range would be similar if we took different databases of the same ethnic background. So the numbers are different, and I think that's very informative. It gives us a very concrete feeling of what these numbers are saying. We don't know what the frequency of a 3-person pool of DNA is. We're trying to convey some sense, and if in this particular case it can be quite common, 1 in 2, it can be moderately common, 1 in 3,000, but now we have laid out all the calculations, and we've got a very good understanding of the variation that we get by taking different samples. I think it is the best possible way to present this information.
Dr. Ware, didn't you say either early Friday morning or late Thursday afternoon during your direct testimony that there is, in your opinion, substructure within the different racial and ethnic groups? Recall that?
Yes, there are groups of people. If we could identify a group, just put a rope around a group of people and say this is a group of people and measure their frequencies, they will be different from another group and another group.
Sorry. And so, for instance, even amongst Caucasians, you would, if there is this thing called substructure and that there are different groups of Caucasians who may have different genetic frequencies for particular alleles than other groups of Caucasians, then for some of those groups, an allele could be much more common or more common than for other Caucasian subgroups. Isn't that correct?
Yes, I think you've captured the essence of it. It's the specific alleles that differ one group from another. It's the profiles, the collection where the differences balance out that don't differ very markedly.
And so these databases, though, do not break people down into those various subgroups for which there may be different allele frequencies. Isn't that correct?
The databases don't, but the calculations I do can take that into account.
The calculations that you say you do take that into account. Is that correct?
That are now being done by myself and several other people. Yes.
Okay. But the calculations being done by Cellmark that Robin Cotton offered in this case do not take that into account, do they?
No, they give the single estimate. They don't do this extra step.
And the calculations that Gary Sims from the Department of Justice delivered to this court also don't take that into account, do they? Does it?
They don't take it into account. Of course they do. What they have done is give the different racial groups, so they have conveyed a sense of how much variation there is in frequencies. They, instead of taking the subgroups within the Caucasian and looking at those differences, they've taken the differences between Caucasians, African Americans, and Hispanics. So they've given a sense of how the answers vary.
Now let's talk about that term Hispanic for a second, Dr. Weir. Cellmark used a database in this case which they characterized as Hispanic. Is that correct, sir?
That's right, yes.
And wouldn't you agree, sir, that Hispanic isn't even a race? It doesn't define a race.
It's a very vague term. It almost means none of the above in the census forms. Mm-hmm.
So you'd agree it doesn't define a race of people?
It doesn't define a race, and that, just to go to the next point, it doesn't have any relevance whether it does or not in this context.
Okay, and in fact, when Cellmark is using the term Hispanic, what they're simply saying is that these are people who contributed blood who have an Hispanic-sounding surname. Isn't that correct?
I don't know that.
So you have no knowledge as to what their criteria was for putting somebody in their Hispanic database, do you?
Oh, I imagine there was a reason for calling, either they or someone calling the blood donor Hispanic, but as I've said, in several different ways now, that's fine.
Well, Dr. Weir, wouldn't you agree, again getting back to the issue of subgroups and substructure, that for instance, people who have an Hispanic surname, who have a lot of, let's say, Central American Indian blood in them, and they're living in, let's say, Southern California, may have very different frequencies for particular alleles than would people with Hispanic surnames living on the East Coast who maybe come from Puerto Rico and have African blood and Spanish blood in them. Would you agree with that?
Well, you can refer to my paper where I show that the frequencies are statistically different. Sometimes a locus for the RFLP has 15 different types. We can put them to 15 different categories. When I do a test between Miami and Houston, 14 of those 15 frequencies are different at a particular locus. And that doesn't surprise me. As Mr. Neufeld says, people who, someone has called them Hispanic living in Miami, they have a very different background from people living in Houston. The important thing is I went on to show, to demonstrate in that paper, when we amalgamate all the bands from all the loci, the profiles don't differ to an extent which would be misleading. Sometimes the profiles are not even statistically different. Sometimes they are, but they always convey the sense. A 7-locus RFLP profile is a rare phenomenon.
But nonetheless, you would agree then that the Cellmark database, which they characterize as Hispanic, is, I guess, after what you've just said, a rather meaningless term. Would that be fair to say?
Oh, it's not meaningless. There is some rationale, after all, for someone being called Hispanic. It's a convenient label on the database. It's as good a name. They called it. I would have been happy if they called them databases 1, 2, and 3.
But that convenient label of Hispanic has nothing to do necessarily with the race of the individuals who inhabit that database, does it?
Well, I don't think it can, because we don't know what race means. So I don't, I'm not trying to be evasive. I think we just don't mind what race a person is. We're concerned with their profile frequencies.
Well, sir, how do you define someone as African American for putting them into an African American database?
Well, fortunately, I don't have to.
Well, you relied on Cellmark's descriptions of their databases, have you not?
I have taken the databases, and they have labels on them, yes.
Okay, and you've relied on the FBI's databases, and they too have labels on them for different races, don't they?
They have 4 databases with labels which have racial names, that's true.
And you've been consulting to the FBI, I believe you said, since 1989, haven't you?
That's right, I have.
And you and your university has been consulting to Cellmark for almost as long a period of time, haven't you?
For some time, yes.
Well, let me ask you this. Given the characteristics and descriptions that Cellmark and the FBI use for putting someone in their white database, or their African American database, or their Hispanic database, where would you, as the advisor to these people, put, for instance, the children that are the product of Mr. Simpson, O.J. Simpson, and Nicole Brown Simpson? Which database would they go into, according to their criteria?
I'd be happy to flip a coin. I don't think it's going to make any difference to the calculations, how a person is classified in a database. It's a convenient way of identifying different samples of people. The samples are all giving us the same kind of an answer, and I don't think it makes any difference.
Well, I'm sorry.
I don't think, when you come down to it, I'd be hard-pressed to define my own ethnicity precisely. I'm obviously Caucasian, but I have grandparents from different European countries, and I differ from other Caucasians in the room. I don't think it matters.
Well, Dr. Weir, if you don't believe in these classifications by race as being relevant, then how in good conscience can you sit here and make racial classification estimates as you did Thursday afternoon, Friday, and apparently today as well?
Objection. Argument is sustained. Rephrase the question.
I'll move on. In this case, Dr. Weir, when you provided a statistical estimate of the value of a certain piece of biological evidence, such as, let's say, a blood drop stain at the Bundy walkway, or a drop recovered from the rear gate, you made certain assumptions, did you not?
Well, yes, did you want to go through them, or what?
I will go through them. I just want to at least establish that certain assumptions were made.
All the science is based on assumptions, yes.
And I believe, as you stated in your report, one of the critical assumptions that you have made for all your calculations is that the laboratories made no errors in the processing of the evidence. Isn't that correct?
Oh, I can't even address that in the sense I just don't know what the labs did. They give me their reports and I just go from there.
Well, but in your report that you submitted to this court and to counsel, you have a discussion of error rates, do you not?
Well, it's a disclaimer in essence. I say whether or not the laboratory made a mistake, it's really beyond my expertise and knowledge, so I'm just going to go with what they said.
Well, but you also said that you are assuming that no errors were made. Isn't that correct?
Well, my calculations start with the data, so that I said that, but it really means the errors, any errors at any stage just don't have any impact on my calculations. My calculations are frequencies of profiles.
Didn't you state that your calculations in this report assume the validity of all the DNA profiling done in this case?
That's right.
We have covered this once before,
Leading into a new subject, Your Honor.
I assume.
As you seated today as an expert in this case, sir, are you aware of the testimony of Dennis Fung and Andrea Mazzola and Mr. Yamauchi of the LAPD laboratory?
Not specifically, no.
Did you ever review any of the manuals of the Los Angeles Police Department's Scientific Investigation Division prior to your testifying today?
No, I didn't.
Were you aware that the Los Angeles Police Department has no protocol or manual in use for the collection and preservation of biological evidence?
Sustained.
Now, I believe you said a moment ago, Dr. Weir, that you have sort of chosen to ignore the impact that the probability of laboratory error would have on calculations in this case. Is that a fair statement?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Well, have you taken into consideration in your own calculations the probability of laboratory error?
I have not, I could not, and I should not.
Well, let me ask you this, Dr. Weir. If you could quantify that variable known as laboratory error, would you agree that that would certainly be relevant to your calculations? I'm asking if it's relevant.
Overruled.
It is not relevant to my calculations.
And it's not relevant to your calculations even if you could quantify that variable? Is that your opinion, sir?
You are asking me, in essence, to quantify something I don't think exists. So I reject the notion of an error rate. I reject the notion that it should be incorporated.
Well, so I believe you said that there are portions of this report by the National Research Council that you agree with and other portions that you disagree with. Is that correct?
Sustained.
Do you agree with the following statement, Dr. Weir?
Excuse me, objection calls for your statement. No
Sustained.
foundation.
One moment. Dr. Weir, in your report, which you filed with this court, did you not make the following statement, and I quote, "Coincidental identity and laboratory error are different phenomena, so the two cannot and should not be combined in a single estimate." Did you make that statement?
I quoted that statement.
Excuse me?
I quoted that statement.
And in fact, you endorsed that statement. Is that correct, sir?
I do.
And you are aware when you endorsed that statement that that was a statement that you were lifting right out of the National Research Council's report, DNA Technology and Forensic Science. Isn't that correct, sir?
That's correct.
And, sir, in that very same statement, or that very same thought, doesn't the report state the following?
Same objection, Your Honor.
What page? Just the same paragraph, same
It's the
context?
same paragraph.
Proceed. What page, counsel?
Page 88.
Can I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Certainly. What paragraph, counsel?
It's the first paragraph in the chapter called Laboratory Error Rates.
Thank you.
If you want to take a, do you have a copy of the report with you, sir?
I do.
Want to look on with me to make sure I'm quoting it accurately, sir?
Not especially.
Okay.
Still have the same objection, Your Honor.
Right. Overrule.
Reading from the middle of page 88. Quote, I'm sorry. One moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, just so the jury can read along, I'm asking to put the quote, which I'm about to read from that paragraph, up on the board.
Proceed.
Thank you.
Can I have just another moment, Your Honor?
Proceed.
Are you ready? All right, Dr. Weir, do you agree with the following quote from the NRC report? Quote, interpretation of DNA typing results depends not only on population genetics, but also on laboratory error. Two samples might show the same DNA pattern for two reasons. Two persons have the same genotype at the loci studied, or the laboratory has made an error in sample handling, procedure, or interpretation. Coincidental identity and laboratory error are different phenomena, so the two cannot and should not be combined in a single estimate. However, both should be considered. Do you agree with that paragraph, sir?
I agree, regardless of the fact that it's quoted there. I have those thoughts entirely on my own volition.
I'm sorry, you what?
I have reached that same conclusion myself.
Well, by the way, in your report, you include a portion of that paragraph, do you not? On page 3 of your report?
Yes, I specifically include the last sentence.
Well, you specifically excluded the last sentence, didn't you, sir? The last sentence of this paragraph is,
Excuse me.
however,
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Hold on. There's a rule here. Only one person gets to talk. Both of you are violating it. Dr. Weir, let him finish answering the question. Let him finish the answer. Proceed. Thank you.
In fact, the last sentence of that paragraph, Dr. Weir, is, however, both referring to laboratory error rate and those population frequencies that you've given this jury should be considered. Isn't that correct? Isn't that what the sentence says?
The sentence states that correctly, and of course that's way beyond anything I'm empowered to do. I'm an expert in the interpretation of coincidental frequencies. I'm not an expert. I have no knowledge. I should not venture into talking about errors.
Sir, and that last sentence, saying that both should be considered, was omitted from your report. Is that right?
It's omitted from my report because I must omit it. I must omit that consideration in what I do. I am not allowed to say anything about what the laboratory does. I'd be way out of bounds. I can only address the science of statistics and population genetics, calculating these profile frequencies. To do anything else, I would be way out of line.
Dr. Weir, do you agree or disagree with the following statement? Especially for a technology with high discriminatory power, such as DNA typing, laboratory error rates.
Excuse me, objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
I'm asking if you agree with the statement. I'm not.
You need to give us a source for starters. There's a foundational objection. I take that as.
All right. Dr. Weir, you said you have a copy of the NRC report with you.
I do.
Would you please take it out and look at the top of page 89 and read that first paragraph to yourself?
The first paragraph of the page.
On 89.
I've read it.
Do you agree with what's stated in that paragraph?
Objection, all hearsay. Foundation.
This paragraph is referring to something that is beyond my testimony.
I understand, sir, I asked as an expert in the field of statistics, do you agree with the statement in that paragraph? Without actually saying at this point what it is, do you agree with it?
Well, the statement has nothing to do with statistics, and it's not anything that I've even considered, so I'm not sure. I can read bits and pieces from this document and agree with some and not others.
I'm asking you if you agree with that paragraph, sir.
Objection, I think that's
Sustained.
Sir, did you testify under oath in the case of State of Florida versus James Chesson on May 20th, 1995, in a deposition in Raleigh, North Carolina?
objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Yes, I did.
And in that deposition, sir, when you were asked whether you agreed or disagreed with that paragraph, as an expert, I'm not stating what the contents are.
Overruled.
When you were asked whether you agreed or disagreed with the first paragraph on the top of page 89, didn't you state under oath that you agreed with it?
I have no recollection. I talked to the counsel for about 8 hours that day. I just don't remember.
May I approach the witness to show him something?
Yes, you may.
Could I say it, please, Your Honor?
Yes, do you have a copy for counsel?
I think I have a second. Let me just see. I think I might actually.
Can we approach that, Your Honor?
Nope.
looking, if I may just ask one other question of the witness. One second.
We do have an objection to this portion.
Pardon, the request was to ask him to read it to see if it refreshes his recollection at that point.
Very
That's
well.
all that's before the court at this point. And what page is that, counsel?
I'm asking him to read beginning on page 152 of the deposition through the top of page 153.
Doctor, if you just read that to yourself and see if that refreshes your recollection.
This is your examination review. Starts with that question. Making sure.
Yes, this refreshes my memory.
Okay.
If you have an objection as to relevance, Your Honor,
Or will,
Okay. Now, sir, referring to that entire paragraph at the top of page 89, and by the way, is the I'm s-
Mr. Hearsay is question and answer.
overruled. Is there a
Sir?
question?
on this previous occasion, on May 20th, 1995, when you were under oath in that deposition, didn't you state that you agreed with that top paragraph on page 89?
I said that, yes.
Okay. May I put the paragraph up, please? Thank you.
Proceed.
All right. Dr. Weir, this is a paragraph from page 89 of the NRC report. I'm asking you now whether you agree or disagree with the following. Quote, especially for a technology with high discriminatory power, such as DNA typing, laboratory error rates must be continually estimated in blind proficiency testing and must be disclosed to juries. For example, suppose the chance of a match due to two persons having the same pattern were 1 in 1 million, but the laboratory had made one error in 500 tests. The jury should be told both results. Both facts are relevant to a jury's determination. You agree with that statement, sir?
I agree with the second half of it, not the first half.
Well, when you testified... One moment. When you testified on May 20th, just a little more than a month ago, in Raleigh, North Carolina, and you were asked about that paragraph, when you said, yes, I agree, you never said only with the second half of the paragraph, did you?
What I said, if you read there, I said, yes, I agree, and then I went on to qualify what I meant by combining error rates. So in the context of that conversation, it was clear to me at that time the counsel was asking about combining error rates and coincidental identity rates. He had me agree with that paragraph, and then, as you see, I very immediately came back and quoted this previous sentence, they should not be combined. So that's That's the sense. I don't see any inconsistency.
Sure. What you come back and you say is that coincidental identity and laboratory error are different phenomena, so the two cannot and should not be combined in a single estimate. Isn't that correct?
That's true, yes.
But there's nothing in your answer on May 20th under oath where you call into question your agreement with the first half of this paragraph, where it talks about how estimates on blind proficiency testing must be disclosed to juries. There's nothing in there about that, is there, sir?
Your Honor, I have an objection under 356 as well, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Approach the bench, please.
Nope. Objection sustained.
On May 20th, 1995, when you asked this question, did you give this answer?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, we're...
Sustained. As a matter of courtesy, counsel, you have to give a copy to opposing counsel if you're going to do this.
Page 152.
Proceed.
Dr. Weir, when you testified under oath at that deposition on May 20th, 1995, were you asked the following questions and did you give the following answer? Question, with the questionnaire quoting from the NRC report. Quote,
Sustained.
Objection, Your Honor.
Rephrase the question. You don't get to editorialize on it. Just state what was asked and answered.
well, just that, Your Honor, the question just begins with a quotation mark. Okay.
Proceed.
Will you ask the following question and give the following answer? Question, quote, before the method can be accepted as valid for forensic use, it must be rigorously, oops, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I was on the wrong page.
What page, counsel?
Page 152 to 153,
What line?
beginning line 18.
Mr. Clark?
That's what he has before. I was just reading from the wrong one this one time.
I'm sorry, to where?
To line 13 on page 153. unless you'd like me to stop reading at line 6. It's up to you, Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark?
Mr. Clark, it's your
Proceed.
preference. I will stop reading at line 6, or I can continue reading to line 13. Which do you prefer?
I think the initial pages and line number is fine, thank you.
Line 6.
No,
Line 13.
yes.
Okay. Well, you asked the following questions, and did you give the following answers? Question, quote, especially for technology with high discriminatory power, such as DNA typing, laboratory error rates must be continually estimated in blind proficiency testing and must be disclosed to juries. For example, suppose the chance of a match due to two persons having the same pattern were 1 in 1 million, but the laboratory had made one error in 500 tests. The jury should be told both results. Both results are relevant to a jury's determination, unquote. Answer. Yes, I agree. I've already stated that. I think it's a little misleading for you not to read the next sentence, and that is, quote, coincidental identity and laboratory error are different phenomena, so the two cannot and should not be combined in a single estimate. Question. So you'd say then that laboratory error rates are crucial to evaluating DNA evidence? Answer. No, they're talking about the rates of errors in proficiency tests. As I said, those are relevant, but I reject the notion of error rates in casework. I don't think that those are relevant, applicable to each case. Were you asked those questions and did you give those answers under oath on May 20th of 1995?
Yes, I think that was a good answer on my part, yes.
I'm sure. And to your knowledge, Dr. Weir, have any of the witnesses in this case presented that error rate, which you believe is a good thing to do, as expressed in this quotation?
Objection misstates the evidence.
Oral.
That question does not reflect what you just read out. The error, the rates refer to the frequency with which mistakes are made on proficiency tests. I reject the notion of an error rate applicable to casework.
Sir, do you agree with the portion of the paragraph that says that laboratory error rates must be continually estimated in blind proficiency testing and must be disclosed to juries?
Objection asked and answered.
Oral.
I disagree.
You now disagree with that statement?
I disagree now and then. I have always disagreed with that statement.
Sir, do you agree that proficiency tests must be truly representative of casework?
The objection beyond the scope.
Sustained.
Dr. Weir, do you believe that the results of blind proficiency tests that a laboratory undergoes should be presented to juries?
Objection, same objection.
Sustained.
In 1993, Dr. Weir, you wrote an article entitled Population Genetics and the Forensic DNA Debate, did you not?
Refresh me the journal citation, please.
The Proceedings of the National Academy of Science, 1993. Did you?
It was 1992.
I'm sorry, published in 1993, however.
It was published in 1992.
Published in 1992. And in that article, you discuss the issue of laboratory error rates, do you not?
Not really. That was a review paper, and I reviewed a great many things which a lot of people had been saying. At that point, a lawyer by the name of Richard Lempert had discussed error rates and given a formula which, if you knew what the chance of making an error was on a continuing basis, you would combine. I didn't agree with his formula and gave the correct formula in the context of reviewing his work. I reject the foundation, however, of doing that thing.
Sir, didn't you say on Friday, in that article you said that Professor Lempert or Dr. Lempert provided an equation and you rejected that equation and gave the correct equation?
I corrected his equation, yes.
Could you please show me Dr. Lempert's equation in this article, and I'd ask to be marked for identification. I think it's 1207.
1207. Let me see counsel at the sidebar without the court reporter, please. Certainly. I'm sorry. We lost a juror to a comfort break. If you wanted to show that to the witness while we're waiting, though, if he wants to refamiliarize himself with the article. Sure. All right, we have all the jurors present. Mr. Neufeld.
Thank you. I believe you said a moment ago, Dr. Weir, that in that 1992 article, one of the people you reviewed in there was Dr. Richard Lempert and his approach or formula to giving weight to error rates, and that you disagree with that. Is that correct?
Well, I'm trying to remember. I wrote that 3 years ago, and at the time I think I disagreed with his formula. At that time, I was writing a review. It was not a matter of much concern in the community. I think Dr. Lempert may have been the first to even raise the issue. Since that time, I've thought a great deal more about the issue, so that if I was writing that now, I wouldn't have even given him the credence I did.
I see. Do you recall on Friday, during the cross-examination, Dr. Weir, being asked these questions and giving these answers, referring to page 109 of the transcript? Question, by me on cross-examination. Question. And Professor Richard Lempert was on that committee as well, is that correct? Answer, yes, I know Dr. Lempert quite well. Question. And he's an expert in the field of statistical inferences and evidence, is he not? Answer, yes, he and I share a common belief in the correct way to interpret this data. Will you ask those questions and did you give those answers to this jury just this last Friday?
Oh, that's certainly, but that was not talking about error rates. We share the common belief in the likelihood ratio approach.
Sir, in your statement, you made no distinction between how one presents this data in terms of error rates and how one presents this data in terms of frequency estimates. Isn't that correct?
I've been extreme.
Well, it's argumentative. Rephrase the question.
In arriving at your own opinion, sir, on the role of error rates, did you take into consideration the published writing of Dr. Hageman?
I don't think I know what paper you'd be referring to, so the answer is no.
Sir, in your own article in 1992, here it is, which is, I believe, 1206, 1207.
7.
Authored by you, do not you refer to an equation on handling error rates in a paper written by Dr. Paul Hageman? I'll show you your paper.
What I said was, as Hageman explains, this ratio can be diminished if the typing laboratory may have falsely declared a match. Nothing else that follows refers to Dr. Hageman's work.
Sir, you mentioned Dr. Hageman by name in your own article, do you not?
3 years ago, I cited his paper, certainly. I don't recall, at this point, I don't even recollect reading the paper.
And sir, in Dr. Hageman's paper that you're referring to, he provides an equation on this very issue, does he not?
He may, I have no idea.
So, at least now that you've looked at your own article that you wrote on this subject in December of 1992, does that refresh your recollection as to whether or not you have read a paper by Dr. Paul Hageman on the issue of the role in assessing DNA evidence in terms of error rates?
Obviously, I read the paper. At this point, I don't know what it said.
And have you read any of the published work of Dr. Richard Lempert on the same subject?
Well, I'm not sure. I think I refer to a paper of Lempert's there.
And is that the only paper that you've read of Dr. Lempert's?
On error rates, I think so.
And have you read any of the work that Dr. Lawrence Mueller has written, which refers or describes the error rate issue?
I don't think so. I've read one of Dr. Mueller's papers. I don't recall error rates being in there.
But you said you've only read one of his papers?
I think he only has one peer-reviewed paper in this field.
And Have you read the publications of Dr. Jay Kohler on the issue of error rates in DNA profiling?
Probably. Dr. Kohler and I were at the same conference a couple of years ago, and I read the proceedings, so I probably did.
And have you read, by the way, do you know who Dr. Richard Lewontin is?
Yes.
And is Dr. Richard Lewontin a extremely highly regarded population geneticist at Harvard University?
Yes, certainly.
And do you know who Dr. Daniel Hartle is?
Yes,
And is he another very highly regarded population geneticist at Harvard University?
certainly is.
And have you read their papers where they describe the phenomena of error rates and its role that it should be played in assessing DNA evidence?
I don't think so. I think I've read everything they've written in this field. I don't recall what they say about error rates. And I would point out to you in this and the other contexts in science, it doesn't matter who says it, it matters what is said. So whether or not they said anything in itself wouldn't give it a special credence.
Okay, so in other words, the fact that there may be a half a dozen articles addressing this very issue which may disagree with your position is not as important as the reasons put forward for their position. Is that correct?
Objection to some facts, not evidence, calls for hearsay.
There's several parts to that question. The scientific literature and the feeling of the forensic community does not subscribe to error rates. I know that on the basis of conversations with senior forensic scientists. In the more general setting, if something is said by a scientist, that doesn't make it true. We need to see all the context, all the arguments, get the facts marshaled. I think I've lost the question. I think the answer was yes, though.
Dr. Weir, you just said a moment ago that some of your opinions are from conversations you've had with people who are participants in the forensic science community. Is that correct?
Yes, some of them are. But we talk about these things and formulating our ideas. We don't work in a vacuum.
Didn't you say at the very beginning of your testimony, Dr. Weir, that one doesn't rely, say, on what's said in cocktail conversations or other kinds of conversations, but in science, one relies on what's actually published as opposed to mere conversations? Didn't you make a statement like that early on in your testimony?
Yes, I said that, and that's when the definitive words are said and evaluated. In the course of writing papers, I talk to other people.
Well, Dr. Weir, in contrast to these different authors who I just asked you about with regard to their publications, what, if anything, have you personally published on the issue of error rates?
I haven't published anything.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Weir, getting back to the calculations of frequencies and mixtures, I believe on Friday you admitted to this jury that you had made an error, which you repeated in your frequency estimates for various stains on the Bronco console and for a stain on the glove. Is that correct?
Well, it was worse than I realized. It was both better and worse. I made the same error in every mixed stain involving DQ alpha alleles 1.3 and 4. I know how to do that. I had laid out, which is the annoying thing, I had laid out the correct method in my report. I should have applied the same method to all such stains. I did apply the same method to all the stains. Unfortunately, for me, my program had a mistake, so I was consistent, but consistently wrong, and I've now corrected that.
Well, Dr. Weir, in your report, do you have your report in front of you, sir?
Yes, sir.
In your original report, Dr. Weir, in your original report,
Yes.
where you simply list the different pairs of genotypes that could give rise to the 1.1, 1.3, and 4 alleles for some items of evidence where there are mixtures, you actually put down all the possible pair combinations, assuming on the one hand there is a 1.2 allele, and assuming on the other hand there is no 1.2 allele. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. What I just said, though, was the answers I gave were consistent, and they did not have those included always.
But what I'm saying, sir, is even in your description of the pairings in your report, you describe the pairings one way for stains which included Mr. Simpson and another way in some of the stains which excluded Mr. Simpson. Isn't that correct?
Well, that's correct, but it doesn't state what, in fact, I did in the numbers that went onto the board. The numbers on the board were wrong in all the profiles that included 1.3 and 4. I'm going to have to live with that mistake for a long time.
What page is that, Counsel?
I'm sorry, I'm referring to page 35 of his report now.
Thank you.
And as you may recall, also on Friday, I asked you, in contrast to the numbers that you put on that board, for, let's say, for instance, item 29, the steering wheel, under your method and your approach, I then asked you to calculate the frequency of that percentage of the population that could not be excluded as contributors to that mixture using the NRC approach that you were critical of in your report. Do you recall that?
Yes, and I would like the opportunity to explain the difference of those two approaches.
You will have that opportunity, sir, but I just want to try and get through this part as quickly as possible, all right? But there'll be plenty of opportunity for that. Now, after you left court on Friday morning, sir, did you go back and confer with any other people about what had happened and what methods you had used?
Not on the method I used. The method I used is the correct method. There was no need to confer with anybody.
Did you have any conversations with anybody from the different laboratories?
I've had a conversation with Gary Sims on the details of item 31. He confirmed his testimony and what was presented on the chart, so my analysis of that item was correct.
All right. Did you have any conversations with anyone other than Gary Sims from the laboratories?
No.
Did you have any conversations with the people who are responsible for manufacturing and designing this DQ alpha kit?
Oh, that would be way outside my expertise. No, I did not.
Okay. Now, other than speaking to people from the laboratories, did you confer with any prosecutors over the weekend?
I have met with them, not on what I should do, not on the details of my analysis, however.
Which prosecutors did you meet with over the weekend?
Ms. Khan and Mr. Clark.
After you left the witness stand on Friday until this morning, speak to any other statisticians anyplace else about this?
No, I didn't.
And over the weekend, you generated pages of data. Is that correct?
At your request, I generated a lot of paper.
Okay. And much of it was delivered to me last night. Is that correct?
As soon as it came off the printer, you had it.
And some more was delivered to me this morning.
Once again, as soon as it was possible, you had it, sir.
And now that you've had the weekend, sir, have you generated new numbers to replace the old numbers on those boards?
I have.
Okay. Well, I'd like to go through that now, Your Honor. Let's start with, want to help me get the Bronco board? Start with the Bronco board.
change paper. All right. Mr. Neufeld, I'm going to have the court reporter change her paper. But get the exhibit.
Ron, do we have a rag?
I'm sorry.
Do we have a rag available so the witness can erase the numbers that he put on direct examination and replace them now?
It's their exhibit. We're missing a juror right now.
Oh. Oh, no, we're not ready. I'm sorry.
Like we have all the jurors present, Mr. Neufeld. And you have People's Exhibit which up?
I have People's Exhibit 260.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, on Thursday afternoon and Friday morning, did you write certain numbers on People's Exhibit 260 to express certain frequencies?
No.
Okay. Did you quote certain frequencies so Mr. Clark could write them on the board?
Yes.
Have you looked at the frequencies that Mr. Clark wrote on the board when he was simply writing on the board what you were quoting?
No, I couldn't see the board, so I just quoted, and I hope he wrote them down as I called them out.
Okay. Would you please take a look at that board? Would you
Well,
please
it's-
step down for a moment?
Sure.
Now, are the frequencies for items 303, 304, and 30 and 305 at the bottom of that board for those three stains? Are those the numbers that you quoted under direct examination on Thursday afternoon and Friday morning?
Well, I'm sure they are. I can't answer with certainty because I don't have those numbers with me.
Do you have a copy of the report that you had with you?
Oh, from the old report, certainly, yes.
Well, could you please check the report to make sure that the numbers that Mr. Clark wrote down on Thursday afternoon and Friday morning are the numbers that you testified to before this jury at that time?
Is there really any dispute as to that? That these are the numbers that were quoted?
I hope not.
I'm sure Mr. Clark wrote them down
Okay.
correctly.
All right. Sir, now that you've had the weekend to reanalyze the data, would you agree that those numbers for items 303, 304, and 305 are wrong?
Those numbers, every number with a 1.3 and a 4 and a DQ alpha That's the only, I guess that's the only ones. Well, no, this one's correct, so...
I'm sorry, let the record indicate that he said item number 31 is correct.
Excuse me, 31 is correct. Mr. Sims confirmed that. So on this board, it's 303, 304, and 305 have the 1.3 and the 4, which is the combination that confuses things. It hides the 1.2. We don't know if it's there or not. I know we should either assume it's there or assume it's not and add those together. I know that. I didn't do it. So that these numbers need to be changed.
Okay. Your Honor, since Mr. Clark was simply writing down a written record of this man's testimony, I'm asking that these numbers now be replaced.
It's his exhibit, counsel. If you want to have a separate sheet of paper, mark 303, 304, and 305, you're entitled to do that, but it's their exhibit,
Okay?
if they object. And this will be 1208. Mr. Douglas, 1208.
This is 1208.
8.
And Dr. Weir, I'm going to entitle this exhibit Mixture Frequencies, okay? All right, sir? Now, let's start with items 303, 304, and 305, since that's where we just were. And what I'd like you to do first I'm going to divide this up into 3 different columns, sir. And the first column we will refer to as your old results, meaning the results that you testified to last week. Is that okay? And the second column we will call we'll call it new, reflecting your new results that you arrived at over the weekend. Okay, sir?
Right.
And we will do it for a number of different items. The first item we will do it for is evidence item 303, 304, and 305. Okay? And you have the data in front of you, sir, that reflects both the old numbers and the new numbers?
It'll be a bit awkward, but I think so, yes.
All right. Now, for instance, if we look simply at a two-contributor approach to this data, and we want to look at the most common frequency in the data. Okay?
Right.
I believe you testified that for two contributors, the most common frequency under the old data that you gave this jury last week was 1 in approximately 1413, 1 in 1,413. Would that be correct?
That's the figure. I rounded it off to 1,400.
Okay. But the precise number was what, 1 in 1413?
That's the precise number. I try not to give any of these figures I try not to give more than 2 significant figures, so I'd be more comfortable with 1,400.
All right. So that's 1 in 1,400 for the rareness of that particular profile in the mixture. Okay? Now, under the new calculations that you did over the weekend, sir, what is the most common probability, or common frequency for the mixtures in 303, 304, and 305?
Well, I'm going to round to 2 places again, 1 in 570.
Okay? And so would you agree, sir, that the difference from the old approach to the new approach means that it's approximately 2.5 times more common in the new approach than it was in your old testimony last week? Is that correct?
That sounds about right, yes.
Okay. And the next one I would like to ask you about, sir, is G10, stain on the glove.
Okay.
Mrs. Robertson, do we have any permanent blue? Mr. Neufeld, I have a black. I would really prefer you not use those dry erase markers, because I have the feeling there's a lack of permanence in those. Do you want to use I've just got a regular black. I'm just concerned that it might disappear if it's that dry erase stuff.
Okay.
Why don't you go ahead and use the black? Sure, please. Collect those dry erase markers. Thank you.
Now, sir, looking at the glove stain on G10, which also, according to the prosecution witnesses, also includes and cannot exclude Mr. Simpson as one of the contributors, did you arrive at a most common frequency for that particular profile using the old data that you testified to before this jury last Thursday and Friday?
The figure,
Again, for 2 contributors.
excuse me, the figure I called up to Mr. Clark would have been 1 in 3,900.
Okay. And now, sir, that you've recalculated these numbers, having seen your error over the weekend, what is the most common probability for this particular profile under your technique given the new data?
It's the same data, but the correct, I hope, the calculations, 1 in 1,600.
And again, sir, would you agree that given your new calculations, the new calculations make this profile approximately 2.5 times more common than in your old calculations?
That's very close to 2.5 years.
Sir, now I'd like you to look at item 29, which is the stain on the steering wheel. And under your old calculations, for a 2-contributor assumption, What was the most common profile?
I would have called 1 in 70, I think, Friday.
One moment, Your Honor.
Certainly.
Dr. Ware, would you please take a look at page 38 of your report?
I'm looking at it.
And am I correct in saying that on the old data, or your old calculations, I should say, that you put down the most common frequency for this mixture is 1 in 59, not 1 in 70?
Oh, excuse me. Yes, that's right.
Is that right?
Sorry. Yes, thank you.
In fact, under your new calculations, what is the the most common frequency for item 29?
1 in 26.
So, sir, and for that one, you would agree that it is at least 2 times more common, given your new calculations, as it was in your old calculations. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And these are all stains where the prosecution says Mr. Simpson cannot be excluded, correct?
I'm thinking of the words. I think that's right, isn't it? I'm just looking at my table. Yes, Mr. Simpson is not excluded. That's correct.
Okay. But each of your new calculations makes those profiles that you observed in the mixture certainly significantly less rare than they were under your initial calculations. Isn't that correct, sir?
Well, they're about half to 2.5 times more common, yes.
Thank you. Now, sir, I asked you, as you may recall, to do some calculations on the frequencies of these mixtures, relying instead not on your approach, but on that NRC method which you are critical of. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall Sir, when we looked at the Caucasian, African American, and Hispanic databases using that NRC approach, which you were critical of,
Well, it's not me that's critical of it. It's wrong, and it's contrary to the published literature.
I understand your position, sir.
Well, it's not my position. It's wrong, and it's not the published way of doing things.
But you said a moment ago, sir, that you yourself, well, withdrawn. But under that method, when we calculated the most common frequencies using the 3 databases for item 29, because that was the only one we did it for last week. Do you recall that?
Yes, we did a couple of different things. You better remind me which one you're talking about.
Okay.
I mean, which calculation?
Well, we did a series of calculations to show what percentage of the population could not be excluded as having contributed to the mixture, which is a profile described in item 29. Do you recall that?
Yes, I wanted to be clear that are you talking about genotypes or alleles at this point?
I'm talking about genotypes.
Thank you.
Okay? And when we did that, sir, the most common sum using that NRC method that you believe is wrong was approximately 1 in 2 people. Isn't that correct?
I wouldn't even dignify that number by putting it on the same piece of paper. It's talking about something so different that when you lay it alongside, you are giving the impression we're talking about the same thing. It is an answer to a completely different question.
I understand that that's your opinion, sir.
No, excuse me, sir. That is not an opinion. That is a completely different question. It's irrelevant, and I would very much like to take a minute and explain why it's irrelevant.
We'll have more than ample opportunity, sir. Right now, what I'm asking you is this. You did some calculations on Friday morning.
Objection argumentative.
Overruled.
Also irrelevant.
Ask a question, Mr.
You
Nicole.
made some calculations on Friday morning as to the frequency of that percentage of the population that cannot be excluded as having been a contributor to the mixture found in item 29. Is that correct?
Well, you had me read out your calculations. I didn't do that.
Were any of the numbers that I reported on that piece of paper inconsistent with the numbers that appeared on the Cellmark databases?
The numbers you reported were from the Cellmark databases,
Thank you.
yes.
Sir, and when you summed those frequencies, was the number, the most common aggregate of those frequencies for item 29, using that NRC method that you say is wrong,
Excuse me,
was it
it's not,
approximately 1 in 2 people?
it's not me that's saying it's wrong. It is wrong. I'm not saying it's wrong. It is wrong.
Okay? But using that NRC method, sir, is the number that was arrived at approximately 1 in 2 people?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
Again,
Objection misstates the evidence.
Overruled.
Your Honor, I'm going to do some more calculations. Perhaps this would be a good time to break for lunch.
Go ahead and finish.
You want me to keep going?
Finish.
Okay. Now, Friday I asked you to do calculations using that NRC method for item 29.
Mr. Neufeld.
Approximately 45 minutes.
All right, we'll take our recess at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember all my admonitions to you. Don't discuss this case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case, conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you, or allow anybody to communicate with you. We'll stand in recess until 1 p.m. People are represented, jury is not present. Counsel, anything we need to take up before we invite the jurors to join us? All right, let's have the jury, please. All right, let the record reflect we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Weir, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right. Good afternoon again, Doctor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Mr. Neufeld.
Dr. Weir, just so we can explain these fractions a little bit to the court and to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, for instance, taking item number 29, when I show that fraction 1 over 2, doesn't that mean that approximately 50% of the population could not be excluded as a potential contributor to the mixture reflected on the steering wheel stain? Is that what 1 over 2 means?
That's what that says. It doesn't allow us to interpret the mixture, however.
But that is what it says, sir. Is that correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Thank you. Now, what I'd like you to do, sir, is I'm going to also ask you to do, using the same approach that we utilized for item 29, I'm going to ask you to do the same thing for item 303, which is 304 and 305 as well as G10. And to do that, sir, again, referring to the databases that you received in this case, the database from Cellmark, and then the database for D1S80.
Excuse me, Mr. I have used FBI's data on the PCR.
On the D1S80, but I also showed you, as you may recall, Cellmark's tables for the data on DQ alpha. Is that correct?
That's right. So we're not only doing different calculations, we're using different databases.
All right, well, where's that sum? Remember that the DQ alpha calculations that you relied on for arriving at that NRC number was defendant's 1201. I'll just show it again to you to refresh your recollection, sir.
Yes, your calculations are Cellmark databases and mine are FBI.
Okay. But I think you said, frankly, that it shouldn't make much difference, or the difference should be rather minimal for these DQ alpha frequencies, whether one uses the FBI's database or the Cellmark database. Is that correct?
They won't be greatly different, but they won't be the same.
Okay. But since we already did the calculation for item 29 using Cellmark's database, and since Cellmark did report DQ alpha typing results in this case, I'm going to ask you to use Cellmark's table again. And then, of course, for the D1S80, you would use the FBI's databases, since Cellmark doesn't have any databases for D1S80. Item 303, 304, and 305 has been typed, has it not, referring to People's Exhibit 260, both on the DQ alpha locus and also on the D1S80 locus. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. So one could So if one wanted to answer the question, that is the same question that is posed in the NRC report, which is what percentage of the population cannot be excluded as being a potential contributor to this mixture, namely the mixture on the console of 303, 304, and 305, one could make certain calculations and generate certain sums for the DQ alpha locus, and then again for the D1S80 locus, and then you would combine those. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, you've just pointed out to me, in fact, that we didn't do that, of course, here. We've only done the one locus. My figures are on all the loci. Yours are just on the one locus.
For the 303, 304, and 305 there.
The 303, 304, and 305 is typed at DQ alpha and D1S80. The figures I've given are typed based on both loci. You've only given half the story.
Okay.
So it's even more misleading than I had realized.
Well, on item 29, there is only one locus, isn't that correct? I'm sorry, right. There are polymarkers in the DQ alpha locus, isn't that right?
That's right. So
But-
there are 6 loci.
But
And I've given a 6 locus result, and you've given a 1 locus
well,
result.
excuse me, sir, but for item 29, isn't it true that the polymarkers do not discriminate, the polymarker results themselves?
I'm not sure that's true. Let's just go and look.
Well, let me ask you the question specifically, sir. Isn't it true that 100% of the population is reflected in those polymarker results alone?
I think finally we've put our finger on our main difference. To calculate the frequency of a mixture, I take the mixtures of people, and in the correct method that does not sum to 100%. Your method does, so we've got them on the same piece of paper.
Right.
We're talking about very different
I'm
things.
not talking about my method, so I'm talking about the NRC method, Dr. Weir, and what I'm asking you is, applying the NRC method to item 29, would you agree that there's no one in the population who could not be included, or who wouldn't be included, as a potential contributor to the polymarker profile that you see for item 29?
I think that's the point. That's why it's so absurd.
Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And would you agree, sir, that the one genetic system where there is some portion of the population who would be excluded is for the DQ alpha system in item 29?
Only if you mean excluded, meaning single people. For the mixtures, of course, we've got several people.
Right, I'm talking about single people who could be excluded, saying that there are some people who just could not have been a contributor to this mixture.
Is that so the question is, I think I'm agreeing with you, yes.
Okay, fine. Now, here's what I'm asking, sir. For items 303, 304, and 305, if we use that NRC method, and we use the D1S80 databases from the FBI, and we use the DQ alpha databases that Cellmark used in doing their own calculations, for 303, 304, and 305, this would be 1209. So just to remind you of what's up on the screen at this point, we're looking at the genotypes for the bronchoconsul stains, 303, 304, and 305.
Fine.
Okay? And the DQ alpha profile that's seen in that mixture is a 1.1, a 1.3, and a 4, and there may or may not be a 1.2 there. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. And now to the frequencies and the sums of the frequencies for the Caucasian, African American, and Hispanic databases that I present on that table that you're looking at now correctly give you the aggregate, the sum, for the various matching genotypes that are consistent with that mixture for an individual?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, it looks like you've listed all the possible genotypes, because every genotype could be in that mixture.
Right.
Is that, am I correct? This looks like a complete listing of all the 10 genotypes.
Yes.
So I'm puzzled as to why the frequencies don't add up to 100%. I must be missing something.
Okay. Yeah, because there are some alleles in the system, if you may recall from your review of how the system functions, like allele 2, allele 3. Do you remember that, sir?
Is this a question? Are you testifying, or are you asking a question?
Well, I'm asking, I'll rephrase it as a question for the witness. Do you recall in your discussion of the systems with Mr. Sims that there are more alleles in the system than alleles that are present in this mixture?
Yes, I do, and that's what I
Okay.
had forgotten. Thank you.
Right. All right. So when you then look at the frequencies reflected in the cell mark tables for the genotypes that are present in that mixture, are the numbers reflected on defendant's
1209.
1209 accurate?
The one on the screen now?
Yes.
I think so.
Okay. Now what I'd like to do is show you what will be defendant's 1210. And in 1210, we were told that there are 3 possible alleles present in the D1S80 system. Is that correct?
That's right, yes.
Okay. And the various genotypes that could comprise those 3 alleles, 18, 24, and 25, are reflected in the first column. Is that right?
That's right.
And if we were to sum up all the possible genotype frequencies that could be part of that mixture, you would arrive at the numbers that we have on that last line titled sum for the 3 different racial databases. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that's right, yes.
Okay. Now, if you wanted to then look at what is the frequency of the population who could not be excluded as a potential contributor to this mixture, both on the D1S80 level and the DQ alpha level, you would then have to combine the frequencies from those 2 different loci. Is that correct?
That's true.
And, sir, where's that page? Now I will show you defendant's 1211. And does defendant's 1211 now reflect the combined frequencies of the DQ alpha system and the D1S80 system for those 3 databases as I've just described?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And would you agree, sir, that if we simply look at the most common frequency of people who could be included as contributors to that mixture, of those 3 databases, what is the most common?
It looks like 1 and 4.
Okay. So what we're saying, sir, is that given the mixtures that we see, black. No, you get it. That if we're just considering what percentage of the population cannot be excluded as being a contributor to the mixtures reflected on the bloodstains on the console using that NRC method as we see it up there, would be approximately 1 in 4. Is that correct?
Right.
And what that says when you say 1 in 4, that means approximately 25% of the population, if you simply type them at random, they would come out with genotypes for these 2 systems that would be included or consistent with the profile seen in that mixture on the console. Is that correct?
Well, included but not consistent. The profile is a mixture of more than one
I understand,
person.
but you wouldn't be able to exclude 25% of the population, approximately.
No, I don't think you would want to do that calculation, but you're quite right.
Thank you. And now, finally, for that last item, sir, G10, which is the stain on the glove. Again, the DQ alpha profile for that one for the DQ alpha mixture would be reflected on defendant's 1209, would it not? Because you have, again, the 1.1, the 1.3, the 4, and you may or may not have the 1.2.
It's just the same as the previous one, yes.
Same numbers, right? Same
Right.
frequencies, fine. And now, for the D1S80 frequencies, however, instead of seeing 3 alleles present, you only see 2. Is that correct?
That's right.
The 24 and the 25.
That's right, yes.
Now I'll show you what we'll mark 1210, I believe.
1211.
1211. 1212.
12.
And what you see in the first column of 1212, sir, are the various genotype combinations that could go into that mixture. Is that correct?
Yes, the genotypes along with their frequencies, and they seem to be fine.
And those frequencies are correct.
I think so.
Okay. And then we have the sums of those frequencies at the bottom.
That's right.
Now, once again, for this stain, if you wanted to take the same approach that we did for 303, 304, and 305, you would then combine the frequency for the D1S80 locus with the frequency from the DQ alpha locus. Is that correct?
Right.
And now I'd like you to take a look at 1213. Okay, and on 1213, sir, have we done just that? Have we combined the frequencies for each of these genotype sums, both for Caucasians, African Americans, and Hispanics?
That's right, yes.
Now, of these 3 databases, what is the most common frequency of individuals who cannot be excluded as having contributed to a mixture such as this profile?
Well, it's about 1 in 20.
Well, isn't it for Caucasians 1 in 10?
Oh, excuse me. Right, yes, 1 in 10. I was looking at the wrong ones. Yes, that is 1 in 10.
And so if the question was, Dr. Weir, what percentage of the population would be included as potential contributors to this mixture on the glove, if that was the question being posed, the answer would be 1 in 10. Is that correct?
Right.
The ink's running out, Your Honor.
I think I have the new ones in the red cup down here. Mr. Neufeld. Try the red cup there.
Well, this one back so it doesn't get recycled.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. And so with regard to that last fraction, 1 in 10, what you're saying is, sir, that if we looked at the entire population, that approximately 10% of that population would have genotype frequencies which would be includable or represented in that mixture on stain G10. Is that correct?
That's right, yes.
Okay. Now, Dr. Weir, when you failed to take into account in your calculations last week, was it that when you see the 1.3 and the 4 alleles in a mixture, that you don't know whether the 1.2 allele is there or not? Is that correct?
That's what gave me the problems, yes.
Now, one second. I believe you also said that before you would undertake all these statistical calculations, you wanted to be absolutely sure of what these mixtures meant, and that's why you contacted Mr. Sims. Is that correct?
That's right, yes.
Well, sir, do you realize as you sit here today that just as the presence of the 1.3 and I'm sorry, withdrawing. Do you realize as you sit here today, Dr. Weir, that just as when you have the 1.3 and 4 allele, you can't tell whether the 1.2 is there or not, that same phenomena occurs if you have a mixture and the 1.1 and the 4 allele are present. Are you aware of that, sir?
I'm not aware. I'm not sure we have a profile like that in this case.
Well, let's look at item 29 again, Dr. Weir.
All right.
Have the original notes? Dr. Weir, let me have marked for identification. Should we do this 3 pages? Sure. 3 pages of Selmark's notes.
$12.14.
This will be collectively 1214, Your Honor.
Right, why don't you staple them together so they don't get lost.
Dr. Weir.
Why don't you show that to Mr. Clark
Sure.
so he knows what pages we're talking about here. Mr. Newfield, proceed.
Thank you. Dr. Weir, there's already been testimony in this case that Selmark's number 19 is their internal number for LAPD item 29, the steering wheel. I'd like to show you what has been marked as defendants 1213, 1214. I'll show you their notes. to show you their comments and their characterization of the typing for DQ alpha on their number 19, which is the steering wheel. Now, in the Cellmark Laboratory notes, sir, for their DQ alpha typing of the steering wheel, do not they say that it is a 1.1, a 4, and a possible 1.2?
Objection, foundation at this point.
Sustain.
Before you commence to do your statistical work on Cellmark's data in this case, did you take it upon yourself to learn how the data should be interpreted?
Objection, vague.
For the interpretation of the mixtures on this item specifically, I used the chart and evidence. I have not seen these pages before.
Are you aware of the fact, Dr. Weir, that any time there is a 1.1 and a 4 allele present, the 1.2 might also be masked? Are you aware of that?
Objection, misstates the evidence. Also beyond the scope and no foundation.
Sustain. Foundation.
Well, let me present you Dr. Ware, when you calculated the frequencies for the mixture on the steering wheel, did you assume that the 1.2 allele was not masked?
Same objection.
My calculations were based on the chart, which shows that it was present.
So
on both DOJ and Cellmark, I saw the same pattern from both laboratories. I assumed that they were correct and made that calculation.
So are you saying, sir, that when you did your calculations on the steering wheel, you assumed in that calculation that the 1.2 allele was not masked, but was actually present?
It's stated here has been present from both laboratories, so I assume it's present.
Okay. And sir, would you agree, if in fact a 1.2 allele could equally be masked whenever the 1.1 and 4 are present, as you've already acknowledged it is when the 1.3 and 4 is present, would that also change your frequency estimates?
Objection, assumes facts not in evidence, also misstates the evidence.
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
If you were to learn, sir, that when you have a 1.1 and a 4 allele present, as you do on the steering wheel,
To the counsel, I want you more clearly frame that as a hypothetical question.
okay? Well, assume for the moment the hypothetical, sir, that whenever you see a 1.1 and a 4 allele in a mixture, you can't be sure whether the 1.2 is there. Just want you to assume that.
Is there some evidence that I should assume that from these two reports?
So I'm just asking you to assume that. Would you assume that for the next question I'm about to ask you?
I'm going to object it's an improper hypothetical at this point.
Overruled.
Can you assume that, sir?
Oh, I can assume anything. I don't think it's going to impact my analysis.
Okay. Well, if you assume for the moment that whenever you have the 1.1 allele and the 4 allele present in this hypothetical, that you don't know whether the 1.2 allele is present. In that hypothetical, if you then calculated the frequencies for the mixtures on the steering wheel, would you arrive at frequencies that are more common than those frequencies that you arrived at either in your Friday calculations or in your Monday morning calculations?
Objection, no foundation, also assumes facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
The way you've described this hypothetical sounds to me like the situation we've already discussed, the 1.1 1.3 and 4.
That's correct.
If that's the fact, and I have no knowledge one way or the other, if that was the case and that was ignored, then that would affect the results, certainly.
And sir, would that also affect the results in such a way that your calculations on the steering wheel would again be statistically biased against Mr. Simpson?
Argumentative. It's argumentative. Rephrase the question.
Well, would you agree, sir, that if that condition in the hypothetical was correct, then the statistics that you've articulated to this jury, both last week and this morning, would incorrectly state the frequencies in such a way as to make them seem more rare than they really are?
Yes, that's true.
Ask that this be marked, we're at 1215, which is the Amphitype User's Guide.
12:15.
You do have an objection to the foundation.
All right. Well, you can show it to him, see if he knows what it is.
I want you to take a look at this page. It begins here and ends here. Okay, just read it carefully. This and then this table.
I've read this.
Okay. Now, having read that document, okay, sir, would you agree that apparently, given the construction of this DQ alpha test,
Yeah, I'm sorry. Objection beyond the scope of this witness's expertise.
Foundation, sustained.
sir, have you ever, before you did any calculations in this case, you said that you spoke to Gary Sims and you attempted to learn the limitations of this system. Is that correct?
Yes, I've asked him to confirm that the results on the charts are accurate, and he confirmed that they were. I've not seen this document before.
May the record reflect the witness is referring to the
12:15. Yes.
No, excuse me.
Sir, plain and simple, wouldn't you agree that you've also made another mistake on your calculations for item 29?
objection argumentative, also asked and answered.
Argumentative. Phrase the question.
Sir, as you sit here today at this moment on the witness stand, did you make a mistake in your calculations for item 29?
No, I didn't. This is the first time I've seen this document, and it says here, apparent heterozygous type 1.1 and 4. If we see that apparent, meaning that's what we see, that apparent type may have a 1.2. The evidence presented to me quite clearly states a 1.1, 1.2, 4 mixture. It does not show a 1.14 mixture.
Dr. Weir, before you did your calculations in this case, had you ever even looked at a DQ alpha strip?
Objection relevant. Also beyond the scope of the record.
I have not looked at a DQ alpha strip at all, ever. As I've said repeatedly, my analysis starts with what the forensic scientists tell me in general, and in particular what's written on these charts.
But, sir, don't you think it's important as a statistician who's relying on someone else's data that you first learn what the limitations of that system is in terms of ambiguities?
I don't have enough time to learn all of the molecular biology. I must analyze data presented to me. If a reputable forensic scientist says this is the data, that's what I analyze. I can't do everything. I've been very careful, I hope, to explain I'm not a molecular biologist. I must rely on what's told to me.
Well, sir, wouldn't you agree then, at least in the hypothetical that I gave, if in fact, when you have a 1.1 allele and a 4 allele present in a mixture, if in fact you can tell whether the 1.2 is there or not, if that was true in the hypothetical, wouldn't that mean that your statistical frequencies for item 29 understate the true frequency of that profile?
Objection, no foundation.
It's the hypothetical.
And also is beyond the scope of the record.
The hypothetical is as you've described, but it's not consistent with what I have in front of me.
But as the hypothetical as I've described it to you, sir, would mean that your frequencies once again would be in error, correct?
Objection, argument.
Sustained.
Well, the hypothetical, as I've explained it to you, would mean once again that your frequencies understate.
Sustained. Rephrase the question, Counsel.
Okay. Yeah. Well, accepting the hypothetical as I've given it to you, wouldn't that mean, or I'm sorry, would that mean that the frequencies of occurrence would be more common than those that you testified to previously?
Overruled. I assume this is the last time we're going to ask this.
On that, yes.
My results, which I believe are correct, are based on the assumptions of the data being as it is. I have been very careful. I've given you the answer for the profile in front of me. That is not the answer for a profile not in front of me.
Sir? So please, all I'm asking is that you answer the question. If in fact,
Sustained.
Your Honor, move to strike
Sustained.
counsel's comments.
Sustained.
if in fact the condition I put into the hypothetical is correct, would you agree that the frequencies that you've testified to here for item 29 are in fact less common than what they actually would be?
If I calculated frequencies under one assumption when the other one was true, then I would be misstating them,
Okay,
yes.
thank you. Now, the methods that you employed in this case in calculating the frequencies of these mixtures, have you ever testified to those methods in any other criminal case involving DNA evidence before this one?
No, I haven't.
To your knowledge, Dr. Weir, has any other expert in the United States ever used your approach that you used with this jury to calculate the frequencies in a mixture in a forensic DNA case?
I believe Dr. Stoney in Chicago uses these calculations. I'm not sure whether he's testified. He's certainly written about them.
But
He's the scientist in this country, and there are scientists outside of this country who use that method.
Okay, once again, sir, to your knowledge, has anybody, any expert anywhere in the United States of America ever testified in a court of law in a criminal case applying the methods to calculating mixture frequencies that you've testified to in this case?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
I think whether I know it or not is not really the point.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I would ask
Yes.
that the witness be instructed to answer the question.
Dr. Weir, are you aware of any such testimony?
I'm not aware of any, sir.
Next
Thank you.
question.
And I believe you said that the California Department of Justice relies on the FBI database for its RFLP numbers. Is that right?
That's true.
And that you said you've consulted the FBI since 1989.
That's true.
And you've also been consulting to Cellmark since about the same time on their statistical methods and their databases, correct?
At about the same time, yes.
And I believe you testified that you reviewed, at the conclusion of your direct testimony, that you reviewed the statistical work done by both DOJ and Cellmark in this case. Isn't that right?
That's right.
And you said after your review of that data, it meets with your approval. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if I said those words, but I think the estimates they gave are good estimates. They follow naturally from the databases they used, yes.
Dr. Weir, when you reviewed Cellmark's work in this case, were you as careful in your evaluation and assessment of their work as you were of your own work in this case?
Objection argumented.
Sustained.
Well, Dr. Ware, were you more careful with your evaluation of the FBI's statistical work and DOJ's statistical work in this case than you were with your own statistical work in this case?
Same objection.
Sustained. Further question?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Clark?
Would it be possible to bring something up with the court?
Bring something up with the court?
I'm sorry, no, to bring a matter before the court's attention for resolution.
With the court reporter. All right, Mr. Clark?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Dr. Weir, with regard to your describing the approximate frequencies or estimates for mixtures that you just spoke about with Mr. Neufeld a few moments ago,
Yes, sir.
what's your opinion about whether or not such frequencies should be placed on mixed samples?
I think they're totally misleading. They completely ignore the fact that there is a mixture. We are trying to interpret the evidence of a matching stain in a mixture. Not to take into account that it is a mixture, I think, is misleading.
Okay.
Doctor, why don't you pull the microphone a little
I'm
closer?
sorry, excuse me.
Thank you.
In particular, and let's set aside for the moment the way Mr. Neufeld asked you or had you calculate frequencies for some of these mixtures. Aside from that, what about applying a frequency to mixtures at all? How do you feel about that?
Well, it is useful we have the evidences that there's a mixed stain and the profile in the mixture matches that of known people, and it may be sufficient to stop there and saying that there's a match or a failure to exclude those people, but it is useful to say if this is an astonishing event or not. It gives us some sense of whether we should be surprised to see such a mixture.
Now, you described the fact that you had previously not testified in any other case to these approximate frequencies for mixtures. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
In this particular case, were you asked to calculate frequencies for the mixtures in these results?
Overruled.
Yes, I was asked late in May to do that.
Who were you asked by?
Sustained. Sustained.
Were you in fact, well, let me rephrase that. Did you in fact calculate these frequencies for these mixtures? And I'm talking about now the stains that have more than one source, so that we're clear about which samples we're talking about.
Right.
Were you in fact asked to calculate mixtures for those frequencies as a result of a direct order of the court?
Yes, I understand I was.
Have you been previously asked by any courts or ordered by any courts to present frequencies for mixtures in any other case you've been involved in?
No, I've never been involved in a case in which there were mixed stains.
Now, I'd like to take you, Dr. Weir, if I could, to, and Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to use the glove results board for a moment. Your Honor, that's Exhibit 272B.
272B, glove results board.
And in particular, if I can draw your attention, Dr. Weir, and I don't know if you can see it, but there is at the very top.
Excuse me, may I refer to my copy? It'll be a little bit easier.
Yes, you're referring to one of those smaller Xeroxed copies
Yes, if that's convenient.
of the glove results chart.
Yes.
In particular, at the very top is an item described on the chart as inside back of wrist and back below little finger. Do you see that?
That's right, yes.
To your knowledge, is that the only mixture that you were asked to calculate a frequency for that came about as a result of testing by the Los Angeles Police Department?
Yes, and that's indirect knowledge. I think it was you who brought that to my attention, yes.
And when were you actually, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Were you asked by me to calculate a frequency as to that particular sample?
Yes, I was.
When did I ask you to do that?
I think it was Wednesday evening of last week.
Would that be the night before your initial testimony in this case?
That's right. I'm not sure if it was Wednesday or Thursday. It was one of those two nights.
Is that, well, let me rephrase that. Is that the only sample that you were asked to calculate a mixture frequency for from the LAPD?
Yes, it is.
Now what I'd like to turn your attention to, with the court's permission, I'd like to put up the Bronco automobile results board. Exhibit 260, Your Honor.
All right, 260, Bronco results board.
And referring you, first of all, Dr. Weir, do you have a smaller version of the Bronco results board also?
Yes, I have it in front of me.
In particular, I'd like to refer your attention to item number 31, labeled the center console. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
You have described previously that you have reported frequencies for that mixture based on the 1.2 allele being actually present. Is that right?
That's right.
You described both, I believe, last week as well as earlier today, that you, when you calculate your frequencies, calculate those numbers based on the types that the analyst reports as being present.
That's right, yes.
In that particular sample, and let's start with the results board, does that result in fact indicate the 1.2 is present?
Yes, it does. Does not have the word possible or any other descriptor there. It's quite clearly there just by itself.
Did you take any steps to verify the presence of that 1.2 allele by any conversation or communication with any testing analyst?
Well, I noticed it was different from other instances where the 1.2 was written with possible. So I checked with Gary Sims.
Objection as to what Mr. Sims said.
You may continue.
I checked with Mr. Gary Sims.
All right, you check with Mr. Sims, period. Next question.
As a result of that conversation, did you then, well, let me rephrase that a little differently. As a result of that conversation, did it verify in your mind the presence of the 1.2 allele in that sample?
Objection. Mr. Sims, yes.
I had no doubt in my mind that Mr. Sims thought the 1.2 was there.
Sustained. That'll be stricken.
What I'm actually referring you to, if I may, Dr. Weir, is as a result of that conversation, did you then calculate, or actually let me rephrase that, did it verify in your mind that your previous calculation was appropriate?
Yes, it did.
Is it then correct that with regard to item number 31 and the frequencies that are written off to the far right, which are for both 2 contributors, 3 contributors, and 4 contributors, are then accurate?
Well, they haven't changed since Friday. So I have in my, well, maybe I should look and see what's there.
All right, if you would, in this instance.
These seem to be consistent with what we said on Friday. These results haven't changed.
In other words, there was no need, in your opinion, to change any of the numbers on item number 31 based on your conversation with Gary Sims as well as the data that had been presented to you before.
Objection as to based on
That's right.
Now, I'd like to turn your attention, Dr. Weir, if I could, to item number 29. You recall Mr. Neufeld asking you some questions towards the end or very end of his cross-examination.
Yes, I recall that.
And in particular, do you recall questions he asked you about whether or not the 1.2 allele in the sample number 29, and I'm referring to the DQ alpha results, may or may not have been present? Do you recall that question?
Yes, he was asking me that.
Now, with regard to that sample, and let's refer to the chart itself, there are actually results on item number 29 at the DQ alpha marker from 2 different laboratories. Is that right?
That's right. Both DOJ and Cellmark have results.
Let's focus initially on the Department of Justice's results. That's the uppermost of the 2 laboratories that are listed to the right of item 29.
That's right.
Those results, do they make any statement about whether or not the 1.2 allele is present?
No, it's just listed without any descriptor.
There's no language like possible?
No.
Referring you to Cellmark's results as well on that same item, is there any qualifier about the presence of the 1.2 allele for item 29?
No, there's not.
I'd like you to assume hypothetically that the analysts testified in this case that with regard to item 29, the 1.2 allele is present based on their interpretation of the data. Would your frequencies under that hypothetical that you have listed off to the right, well, let me rephrase that if I may, Your Honor, I'm sorry. Have you made a recalculation of a portion of item number 29 as far as the frequencies themselves?
A small portion of them I have, yes.
Okay. What does that relate to?
That's a different issue. It's are we allowed to multiply together all the numbers in the profile? And there's a hint of some dependence in one of the FBI's databases, their black database. So for any calculation involving black database, I'm answering too much. That refers to the polymarker. Excuse me. The DQ alpha I did not change.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's what I'd like to focus your attention on is at the moment the DQ alpha results.
Thank you. So I have not changed the DQ alpha.
In your view, as a result, and again assuming hypothetically that both analysts testified to the presence of the 1.2 allele, Is there any reason that you should assume it is not present?
No.
Now, Your Honor, what I'm going to ask the witness to do is, with respect to certain calculations, we have prepared numbers in accordance with the recalculations already described by the witness, and I have magnetic boards that I would like to use with numbers already written on them.
Proceed.
Dr. Weir?
Have you shown these to Mr. Neufeld?
No, I have not.
Start with the ones that Mr. Neufeld's already had a chance to look at.
First of all, with a number of these mixtures that you described earlier today, have you had an opportunity to recalculate them over the weekend?
Yes, I have.
First of all, with regard to, and let's start initially with items 303, 304, and 305 that are from the center console of the Bronco.
Fine.
Those all actually, in your initial or original testimony about frequencies under these various possible combinations, those numbers were the same for all three of those items. Is that right?
That's right, and they'll remain so. The profiles are the same.
As far as the calculations you described in your testimony last week, did you commit an error in making those calculations?
Yes, I did.
Do you know how to calculate them properly?
Yes, I do. That's what makes me so angry with myself.
Is it the case that what you left out was the assumption that the 1.2 allele for these three samples might not be there?
As it turned out, that was, I thought I was doing it correctly, but the way I had written my computer program did not build that in properly. I thought it had, and it hadn't.
The effect of assuming that the 1.2 allele may not be there, how did that impact your calculations, if you can describe that in a simple fashion?
Well, the profiles all appear to be more common than I had reported on Friday.
Did you leave out this possibility on purpose?
No, sir. I left it out for all the profiles that involved the 1.3 and the 4. Every time I should have made this accommodation, I failed to.
Did you try to hide it when it was pointed out to you?
It was so obvious, there was no way. In fact, I've pointed out now that I did it in the additional items.
If outside of court Mr. Neufeld had pointed it out to you that it was missing, would you have corrected it then?
Sustained. Calls for speculation.
Would you have included it if anyone had pointed out to you that it was missing?
Sustained. Speculation.
Would you have included it if you yourself had discovered it missing in reading your report?
Or will.
Absolutely, yes.
Have you since last week made that calculation, or those calculations for these three samples, 303, 304, and 305?
Yes, I have.
Have you also made those calculations for a few other samples that the same occurrence happened in?
That's right, I have.
Now, referring you, if I can, to what appear to be three magnetic covers labeled 303, 304, and 305. Those appear to have numbers written in the same manner as what's currently on the Bronco results chart for the possibility of 2 contributors, 3 contributors, and 4 contributors. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And do those 3 magnetic covers for items 303 through 305, do they appear to have the corrected numbers, accounting for the possibility that the 1.2 allele was not present?
Yes, they do.
All right. With the court's permission, then, I'd like to apply those to the board, bearing in mind they can be removed because they're magnetic.
Proceed.
Now, Dr. Weir, what I'm going to ask you to do is, as far as both the old and the new calculations for, and let's just take 303, do you have each of those numbers in front of you so that you don't have to try to read the board from an angle?
I have one. Let me get the other one.
Now, the original numbers reported, and I'll use 303, for the assumption of 2 contributors in the mixture was 1 in 1,400 as the most common, is that right?
That's right.
And the new approximate frequency is 1 in 570, is that right?
That's right.
How would you characterize that difference between those 2?
Well, they're different numbers, obviously. One's about a little over twice the size of the other one. They both convey the impression that the profile is not especially rare. I don't know if we have to have a particularly good, I don't know if I have a particularly good word to describe it, but it has the frequency in either the hundreds or the low thousands, whichever way we go.
Okay, the least common for 2 contributors is 1 in 18,000, is that right? And I'm referring to the frequencies you provided in court last week.
The old figures are 18,000, yes.
And is the new figure at the upper range, that is the least common, approximately 1 in 10,000?
That's right, yes.
Would your comments about the difference between 18,000 and 10,000 be consistent with what you just described about the difference at the most common number?
Yes, yes.
Now, I'd like to turn your attention, if I could, to the assumption of 3 contributors.
All right.
And when you comment about 303, your comments, do they not apply equally to 304 and 305 as well?
That's right. It's the same profile and the same numbers are going to apply.
Now, first of all, in terms of the actual results of the DNA tests themselves, there are 3 individuals in this case who are not excluded from the actual tests themselves on 303, 304, and 305. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
In other words, Mr. Simpson is not excluded,
Right,
Mr. Goldman is not excluded,
right,
and Nicole Brown is not excluded.
right.
The original frequencies that you reported for the assumption of 3 contributors last week, the more common number, or most common, was about 1 in 450. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
You have recalculated, and that new number, instead of 1 in 450, is approximately what for 3 contributors?
It's a 1 in 320.
How would you characterize the difference between 450 and 320?
Objection. I would ask that you can do it mathematically, but I would not allow you to give opinions. The frequencies speak for themselves.
Well, the numbers are different. They differ by 150. That's less than a factor of 2. I think both the numbers are conveying the same sense of the frequency of this mixture of 3 genotypes.
The original number, and we'll look now at the upper end, that is the least common
All right.
frequency, for 3 contributors again, appears to read 1 in 29,000 from last week. Is that right?
That's right.
The new figure is 1 in 25,000. Is that right?
That's right.
Again, how would you characterize the differences between 29,000 and 25,000?
Getting around his expertise.
It's difficult to say that they would give us a different impression. They are both saying the same thing. This mixture would occur with a frequency in the thousands.
And then lastly, on the assumption of 4 contributors, the range, and perhaps we can do this a little quicker, the range that you provided us last week for the assumption again of 4 persons contributing to that mixture was between approximately 1 in 49 to 1 in 69,000. Is that right?
Right.
And the new figures provided today are between 1 in 41 to 1 in 65,000. Is that right?
That's right.
Would your comments about the differences between your original numbers and the numbers today that you described for 2 and 3 contributors be consistent with 4 also?
Yes.
Now, while we're on the results from the Bronco, if we could, have you also prepared a magnetic cover reflecting what should be or what are the approximate frequencies for 2, 3, and 4 contributors for the steering wheel item number 29?
Yes, I have.
And showing you a new magnetic cover, could you take a moment to look at those and tell us if those are in fact accurate estimates?
Yes, these are the numbers I've calculated.
And as far as the original number for 2 contributors, that was from 1 in 60 to 1 in 11,000, is that right?
That's right.
And the proper estimates would be from approximately 1 in 26 to 1 in 11,000?
Right.
As far as assuming 3 contributors, the original estimate was 1 in 9 to 1 in 3,500,
Right.
and the new one is 1 in 2 to 1 in 3,500.
Right.
And then lastly, the old or former estimate was 1 in 1 to 1 in 3,000, and now it is 1 in 1 to 1 in 1,300 approximately. Is that right?
Right.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm going to place the 29 cover
Yes, thank you.
on the board. As far as these estimates, Dr. Weir, that you provided last week, and in some cases provided additional numbers for those samples this week, do those apply only to the mixed samples in this case?
Oh, yes. Yes, these changes were only for the mixtures.
So in other words, your comments today about differing numbers from the same item number have nothing to do with the estimates calculated by the laboratories for stains from one source.
That's correct.
Now, I'm going to return to the glove board if I may again, Your Honor.
Yes.
And referring you, if I can, Dr. Weir, to that portion of the glove labeled area G10. Do you recall that?
All right, yes.
As far as your calculations last week, was this another example where you did not consider the possibility that the 1.2 allele on that sample may not be present?
That's right, yes.
Did you perform a recalculation similarly to that you did with items 303, 304, 305?
I did.
Showing you what's been labeled G10.
All right.
and what appear to be frequencies or estimates for either 2 contributors or 3 contributors, do those estimates reflect the calculations you performed over the weekend?
Yes, they do.
Now, the original numbers on area G10, on People's Exhibit 272B, were from 1 in 3,900 to 1 in 19,000,
That's right.
assuming 2 contributors.
Yes,
And the new numbers are 1 in 1,600 to 1 in 11,000. Is that right?
that's right.
Assuming 3 contributors, the most common number went from 1 in 4,600 last week to 1 in 3,200 today.
That's right.
And as to the rarest frequency, initially it was approximately 1 in 71,000, which is now approximately 1 in 63,000.
That's right.
Can you describe for us, or how would you characterize those differences again?
Well, they're real. They're obviously different numbers. I don't think we get a different impression of their frequencies. They both have both sets tell us that the frequencies are in the hundreds to thousands.
All right, Your Honor, I'm going to place the G10 marker on 272B. Now, turning, if I can, to the glove, and I'm referring back to the first sample, that tested by the Los Angeles Police Department. In other words, what's listed as the first actual item on this chart. You understand which one I'm referring
Yes,
to?
it doesn't have an item number, but it's the first row on the chart. Yes.
In other words, we can't refer to it as G1, G2, or G anything.
That's right.
It's simply the first listed item for LAPD item number 9.
That's
Is that right?
That's right.
Did you also calculate frequencies for that particular sample as well?
I did.
And showing you what's listed as another cover, rather on which is listed frequencies for 2 or 3 contributors, do those appear to be accurate?
Yes, they do.
Perhaps you can tell us, if I just ask you to describe, can you tell us the difference between those numbers and what is currently listed on the board from your testimony last week?
Why don't I just read from the board? From last week it was 1 in 30 to 1 in 190. Did I give the new figure?
Yes.
So the 30 becomes a 14 and the 190 becomes a 60. The 3 contributors, the 1 in 6 becomes 1 in 4. The 1 in 90 becomes 1 in 180.
All right. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'll apply this cover. Yes. And now if we can deal with 1 in a set of 3 again. With regard to G1, G2, and G4, those 3 samples contain the same set of types as far as the PCR results. Is that right?
Yes, they have the same profile, so they'll have the same numbers.
So like 303, 304, and 305, can we deal with them all as 1?
Yes, sir.
Okay, showing you covers for G1, G2, and G4. Could you take a moment to look at those 3?
Yes, they're all accurate.
Now, these recalculations were...
Excuse me, this G1, G2, and G4.
Yes.
That's right, yes.
These recalculations were made as a result of your discovery of what? That impacted the frequencies or the estimates you provided last week.
This is the same phenomenon. This is the failure to account properly for the DQ alpha type.
All right. Then let's go right to, and let's just use G1 as our example.
All right.
Can you describe for us, and let's turn to the original estimates for these mixtures on G1, or this mixture. Your original estimate for 2 contributors was approximately 1 in 600 to 1 in 11,000. Is that right?
Right.
And is it correct that for that same assumption of 2 contributors, the estimate is 1 in 240 to 1 in 6,300?
That's right.
As far as 3 contributors, your initial estimate was approximately 1 in 400 to 1 in 36,000?
Yes.
And would the new estimate for 3 contributors be 1 in 280 to 1 in 32,000?
That's right.
As far as the differences between these numbers and those described by you last week, would your comments that you made earlier be the same or apply here as well?
Yes, they would.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm going to put the cover on each of G1, G2, and G4, but only the PCR portion.
Yes.
Dr. Weir, incidentally, as far as these magnetic covers, they can be removed to see what's underneath them. Is that right?
I understand so, yes.
In fact, it does appear that I'm able to remove them and put them back. Turning your attention now to G3 and G9. Do those two samples also go together as far as calculating these approximate frequencies for PCR mixtures as to those samples?
Yes, they do.
Let's start with G3.
All right.
Your initial calculation on G3 was approximately 1 in 3,900 to 1 in 22,000 for two contributors?
Yes.
And
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me, I just said yes. Mhm.
And the frequencies that you have provided today, instead of 1 in 3,900, the more common would be, or most common, approximately 1 in 1,600.
That's right.
And as far as the initial calculation for the high end, assuming two contributors,
Right.
was originally 1 in 22,000,
Right.
and is that now approximately 1 in 12,000?
Yes.
Turning to three contributors, that range, as far as G3 again, was originally from 9,000 to 150,000,
Yes.
and now that range is approximately 6,500 to 229,000.
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'm going to cover again the PCR portion of G3.
Thank you.
And lastly, as to the glove, Dr. Weir, showing you what's labeled G9. These are supposed to be the same numbers as G3, is that right?
Oh, they should be, yes.
One of those numbers looks like it's actually been smudged, is that right?
It does.
Can you tell us what that number should be?
The number should be the same as for G3, 1 in 229,000.
Perhaps I can take a red pen and make that clearer. But that
229,000.
so that with regard to G9, these would be the same ranges as G3. Is
That's
that
right, that should be the same, yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to put this cover on G9 as well.
Yes.
Now, using this example, and before I put the cover on, Dr. Weir, it appears, for instance, that with regard to the assumption of three contributors, the calculations that you've made and described just now in court, that the upper range is even rarer than the original range that you provided for three contributors on this sample. Is that right?
Yes, it's just more difficult to arrive at that range. It's a little difficult to make general statements about how the numbers will come out, but it's a rarer event when I do it properly.
So in other words, it's not necessarily the case at all that when you make your calculations based on the assumption the 1.2 allele may not be present, that in fact the range may show us that's something that's even a rarer event.
Objection, states the evidence, only the upper range.
Sustained. Freya's question.
Is it the case, Dr. Weir, that when you perform your recalculations, at least one end of the range may be rarer than the way you calculated it last week?
Yes, yes.
And lastly, Your Honor, I'd like to refer to, as far as these mixtures, to the Bundy results board.
The 78.
Yes. Dr. Weir, referring you to item number 78, and in particular the PCR portion of the frequencies off to the right of that particular item,
All right.
that's the drop from Ronald Goldman's boot. Is that right?
Right.
Did you also recalculate the possible range or estimates for the range of the characteristics from that particular item based on the PCR markers only?
I did.
And have you calculated those, and are they accurately reflected on another magnetic cover labeled item number 78 PCR?
Yes, this is accurate.
Could you tell us the original range and that reflected on the magnetic cover as well?
Let me read from the board. So from 78, we had 100 from one, looks like your writing's worse than mine, Mr. Clark.
It does appear bad. I didn't.
Look like 1 in 285 to 1 in 120,000. That becomes 1 in 110 to 1 in 16,000. For 3 contributors, 1 in 60 to 1 in 490,000 becomes 1 in 42 to 1 in 44,000.
Could you verify in your calculations, in fact, can you tell us whether or not the old number for 2 contributors was 1 in 285?
You just have to give me a minute. That sounds right. I need to check. Item 78 was, yes, the low end was 1 in 285.
So it is 285.
Yes,
And the new number is what?
110.
And as far as the 3 contributors, what would be the most common? In other words, if you could tell us the old and the new number as far as 3 contributors and the most common end of the range.
The old number was 1 in 61 to 1 in 490,000, and now it's 1 in 42 to 1 in 44,000.
All right, Your Honor, I'd like to put that cover on the board also. Dr. Weir, could you describe for us approximately how many calculations you've had to do in this case? And I'm referring to, and I'm having you, if you would, set aside recalculations, just the calculations you did initially.
Just on the mixtures?
Everything.
Everything? I don't think so. There are many, many items of evidence on these charts. Many of them have multiple loci, and I've done a lot of things with them, so it's certainly several hundred calculations.
As far as these frequencies that you have recalculated, those involve mixtures alone, is that right?
That's right.
In terms of these frequencies on the mixtures, and on the current board, the Bundy board, item number 78 appears to be the only mixture, is that right?
I think that's right, yes.
As far as those frequencies are concerned, do they take into account in any manner any of the known types of either Mr. Simpson, Nicole Brown, or Ronald Goldman?
No, they don't. None of the calculations I do take into account the included people.
What does that mean? Can you describe what you mean by that?
Well, we have an item of evidence in a DNA profile which matches some known people, and we set that aside. We say there's a match. Well, I mean the investigation proceeds because there is a match. Having the match, once the match has been declared, that is set aside for all these calculations, and then we say, well, we have this profile. How likely is that profile if there were unknown contributors, people we don't know anything about? So all these numbers refer to the unknown people.
So in other words, your frequencies for all of these mixtures are calculated without regard to whoever they may or may not be consistent with in this case.
That's right, yes.
As far as your recalculation, well, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. These calculations, not taking into account any of these known people, is that different in any way from the calculations done for a single source stain? For instance, anything but 78 on this Bundy results board.
No, the single stains are just the same. If there's a single stain, has a profile which matches a single person, that person is set aside. The calculation is done to get the chance of getting that profile type if there was an unknown contributor.
And again, going back to the mixtures, then for example, on just the PCR results alone on item number 78, when you say that if there are two contributors, the frequency is approximately 110 to 16,000, that's just looking at two contributors at random on the entire plant.
That's right.
Your Honor, I was going to shift topics. Is the court going to take a recess?
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief recess at this time. Please remember all my admonitions to you. We'll be in recess for about 15 minutes. All right, Dr. Ware, you can step down. And present, counsel, anything we need to take up before we ask the jurors to rejoin us?
Yes, Your Honor. Can I see the cup again?
Oh, you don't really want to see this. It's one of my Father's Day presents.
It's beautiful.
Thank you.
That's all.
That's it? All right. Let's have the jurors, please. Mr. Douglas?
Your Honor, I was just given at the break 33 pages of notes, including perhaps 28 pages of handwritten notes by Ms. Susan Brockbank and a 5-page report. Messrs. Blazer and Bailey are in the back reviewing the documents, but expressed some modicum of concern at the prospect of having to cross-examine a witness today upon receiving rough notes from that witness only this afternoon.
Well, why don't we take that up as soon as we conclude with Dr. Weir, assuming we're going to conclude Dr. Weir this afternoon.
Very well.
All right. Mr. Clark, do you have much more? No. All right. All right, let's have the jurors, please. All right, Dr. Weir, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, Mr. Clark.
Thank you. Dr. Weir, while we're on item number 78, if I could ask you just one or two more questions. There
All right.
were also estimates made by you of frequencies for this mixture based on the RFLP results. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And for two contributors, they range from 1 in 300 million to 1 in 1 trillion, approximately. Is that right?
Yes.
And for three contributors, from approximately 1 in 1 million to 1 in 300 million. Is that right?
Yes.
The fact that you made changes or recalculations As to the PCR estimated frequencies, do those have any effect whatsoever on the RFLP estimates?
No, they don't.
Now, I'd like to refer you, if I could, to one of the defense exhibits, and I believe it's Exhibit 1208, the drawing that Mr. Neufeld did about mixture frequencies.
The chart, yes, this morning, yes.
Do you recall that mixture frequencies chart?
Yes, I do.
I believe that is Exhibit 1208, Your Honor.
Yes.
Dr. Weir, you expressed a desire to explain one of your answers to Mr. Neufeld. What did you want to explain?
Well, I wanted to explain how to interpret a mixture. There are some mixed stains, and we would like to assign a frequency to those mixtures on the assumption they came from some people unknown to us. So we need to calculate the frequency of 2 or 3 or 4 people, however many people we think are likely to have contributed to the mixture, and if we don't know, we'll just give the range of answers. And I've been trying to think of an appropriate analogy, and I was thinking of maybe playing a slot machine where in order to win, we had to have 3 different fruits showing, a lemon, a cherry, and an orange, say. And we will win only if the whole 3 different fruits show. This just has 3 wheels on it. So what I've calculated is the frequency of getting that set of 3 fruits showing, a lemon, an orange, and a cherry.
So in your example, there's only a payoff if a lemon, a cherry, and an orange show up, one
Yes.
on each of the wheels.
That's right. The whole 3 have to be there. It doesn't matter on which wheel, but we've got to get the whole 3. Now, before we even walk into the casino, we know it's going to be a rare event. That's the way things are stacked. Anyway, this is what we have to get the whole. We need to get the whole 3. What Mr. Neufeld had me calculate was the frequency of getting some of them, either 2 of them or a 1 of them. It depended on the circumstances. 2 out of 3 doesn't pay. 1 out of 3 doesn't pay. I don't care how often an orange shows up. I've got to get orange, lemon, and cherry to pay off.
Now, how does that relate to, and there's this third column on these mixture frequencies. First of all, the first 2 columns relate to frequencies that you estimated last week and then testified to today. Is that right?
Those first 2 columns, one of them is much better than the other. They give us the frequency of the set of 3, in this case the set of DNA bands, in my example the set of 3 fruits. What Mr. Neufeld's, what the NRC's number is the chance that any of the 3 show up. Now supposing there were only 3 fruit on the wheel, all 3 are going to, and the mixture is the 3 fruit mixture, the chance of getting any one of the 3 is 100%, because those are the only 3 possible. So in some of his examples, in the polymarker examples, he said it wouldn't exclude anybody. Well, that's right. If you spin the wheels, you're going to get something showing up, so nothing is excluded. If there are more than 3 fruit on the wheel, if there's also bananas, which we don't see, then the frequencies won't be 100. But the essential thing is, this is a mixture. I think everyone has agreed it's a mixture because there's more than 2 bands that are probed. It was contributed by more than 1 person. The question is, how unusual is this mixed profile to have come about if there were more than 1 contributor? It doesn't matter how many times the cherry shows up, it's the whole 3 needed for payoff.
Then what's wrong with this column labeled NRC, where these numbers 1 and 4, 1 and 10, or 1 out of 2 are written?
It doesn't give us the frequency of the evidence. The frequency of the evidence, if there were 2 people unknown to us, or if there were 3, or if there were 4, that's what we have to calculate. It's the frequency of the evidence.
And in your view, is that third column a scientifically appropriate way of describing the relative frequencies of these mixtures?
No, it's not.
Incidentally, is there any relation between proficiency tests and whether a mistake was made in this case?
No. No, there's not.
Do either proficiency tests or whether a mistake was made in this case affect your calculations at all?
No, they do not.
Now, you described, Dr. Weir, the fact that, and you expressed some reservations about being a witness for a criminal defendant. Do you recall that?
Yes, there was some conversation, yes.
Are you biased against criminal defendants?
No, I'm not.
Are you biased against this defendant in this case?
No, I'm not.
Are you biased against any criminal defendant?
No, I'm not.
Are you biased against any attorney on this case,
No,
on
sir.
either side?
No, sir.
As far as you're testifying, is that because your university has a contract with one of the laboratories in this case?
No, I'm here as a private citizen.
Why did you agree to testify in this case?
I'm very concerned that the statistical interpretation of DNA evidence is done correctly. I've been very angry over the last 4 years at some of the statements made in courts about the statistics attached to DNA profiles. I am very anxious that they be done correctly, and I am therefore willing to testify when possible.
If a criminal defendant wanted you to present evidence about statistics or frequencies attached to either a match or mixture, using the proper scientific manner of doing so, would you so testify for that defendant?
Yes, I would if I had the time.
Dr. Weir, how much are you being paid for your work in this case?
I'm not being paid.
How much are you being paid for your testimony in this case?
I'm not being paid for any aspect of this case.
As far as the university is concerned, what is your status while you're out here in Los Angeles testifying?
I'm on vacation.
Now, these numbers that are presented on these boards, and we have before you, and the jury, Exhibit 259, the Bundy results boards. But let's take all 5 of the results boards into account. What are these numbers that are written up there? Are they exact numbers?
Oh, no, they're estimates of the frequency with which these various profiles would arise from unknown people.
What do numbers in the millions or billions mean?
Well, there's 2 parts to that. They convey a very real sense how rare these profiles are. I think they're very good at doing that. But specifically, numbers in the billions are a little hard to understand. We don't have experience in having to deal with numbers in the billions. The only time we see them written down anywhere is to do with the national debt. I don't think anybody understands that. So we just have these enormous numbers. They are good at saying this profile or that profile is rare. And I think when they are so rare, they're based on so many loci, I would be happy just to leave it at that.
I'd like you to direct your attention, or I'd like to have you direct your attention to a few of the stains on this board. In particular, item number 47. And would it help you, first of all, to use the smaller charts that you have in front of you?
Yes, it would.
I'd like to direct your attention to items 47, 48, 49, 50, 52. First of all, amongst that group, that includes PCR results, and as to 52, RFLP results as well. Is that right?
That's right.
And then lastly, 115, 116, and 117. Do you see those?
Yes.
And 117 has RFLP results as well. Is that right?
It doesn't show on my copy of the chart. But I see it is on that, yes.
From a population genetics standpoint, as well as a statistical standpoint, what do those results tell us in terms of the evidence presented on this particular board?
Objection, no foundation. And vague as
Sustains vague.
As far as those results are concerned, do those results reveal a rare profile?
Objection, no foundation. The numbers speak for themselves.
Yes, but, well, especially the RFLP frequencies when they're in the millions, that certainly indicates a rare profile.
And as far as RFLP results, are you referring now to what would be one of the Bundy walkway stains, item number 52, as well as the rear gate, item number 117.
Yes, I am.
And do those results reflect RFLP matches with any particular individual?
Mr. Simpson is not excluded from having contributed to that stain.
What can you tell us about the meaning of that evidence in terms of...
That's the meaning, it's not his province either.
What can you tell us, Dr. Weir, about the meaning of those pieces of evidence, and referring to the RFLP matches, from a statistical and population genetics standpoint?
Well, the statistics and population genetics is concerned only with determining how frequent that profile is in the general population in people other than in some unknown person. So the numbers represent that frequency.
As far as Mr. Simpson is concerned, is he an individual that's simply not excluded, or is this evidence from a frequency standpoint something more powerful than that?
Well, the evidence says that it's very unlikely we would see that evidentiary profile if it came from somebody else.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to put on the easel the Rockingham Residence Results Board.
Let me see counsel with corporate.
Dr. Weir, in terms of your analysis, you examined 2 databases from Cellmark, is that right?
That's right. The one that they used in their own reports and a subsequent one developed in 1994.
And was that what was referred, I believe, last week to the 1992 Cellmark database as well as the 1994 Cellmark database?
That's right.
You also examined the FBI database. Is that correct?
Yes, the FBI's RFLP and PCR.
So in your analysis of the various databases used in this case, would it be correct to say you examined 3 separate databases?
Well, I also examined the Cellmark PCR, so it's actually 4.
Okay. So would it be 3 different RFLP databases?
Yes, if we take the 2 Cellmarks as being different, yes.
And as far as PCR databases, how many would that include?
And for the PCR, Cellmark has the Caucasian and African American, and the FBI has the 4 racial designations.
And did you evaluate the evidence in this case on all of these results boards using and comparing all of those databases?
I didn't use the Cellmark's PCR data, but I used all the Cellmark's RFLP, all the FBI's RFLP, and all the FBI's PCR on all the items on the boards.
As a result of your comparison of those databases, is it your opinion that the RFLP results on all of these boards, where they exist, are in fact good estimates?
Yes, they are.
As far as these databases and comparing results from each of them, do they in fact demonstrate the fact that these various RFLP profiles for the 3 known individuals in this case are very rare?
Well, I'd like to rephrase that. The profiles found on the evidentiary items are very rare, and they match the 3 known people.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Neufeld?
Dr. Weir, a moment ago you said that you weren't receiving any financial rewards for testifying in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, my travel expenses are paid.
Okay. And would it be fair to say, Doctor, that sometimes people say something for money, sometimes people say something because they have a certain political agenda or a certain philosophical statement they want to get across? Is that a fair statement?
So long as you don't apply it personally, it's a fair statement.
Okay. And I believe you said a moment ago, sir, when you were describing yourself and the issues that have arisen in forensic DNA typing, you said that you've been very angry at the way these issues have been described in courts over the last several years. Is that correct?
In some instances, yes.
And I believe you also said that you were very anxious to get yourself onto the witness stand so your position could be heard by a large audience. Is that correct, sir?
I think that's overstating it a little.
Did you use the word anxious, sir, to describe your own feelings?
Anxious to present the proper analysis in general, not in this particular case.
And you feel that other people in other cases have been presenting an improper analysis, correct?
On occasions, I do.
And you also felt that the NRC report was presenting improper scientific conclusions, correct?
Fictional, vague, argumentative also.
Sustained.
Haven't you written letters to publications criticizing the NRC report?
I have criticized the errors in the report.
And haven't you gone to gatherings of scientists or forensic employees and made public statements criticizing the NRC report?
I have pointed out the errors, and by doing so, I've criticized it, yes.
Would you consider yourself as one person who has a certain philosophical or political agenda on this particular issue, sir?
No, I wouldn't.
Now, when you calculated these new numbers for the mixtures today on redirect examination for Mr. Clark, did you take into consideration the extra step that you talked about last week, namely the FST for substructure?
I haven't completed those numbers, but I have a very good sense of what the numbers will be, because the same number of bands in the mixed profile occur in some of the single stain profiles, so the same magnitude of effects will be present.
But did you, in fact, include that calculation and that factor in the numbers that you put on this board for Mr. Clark a little while ago?
Oh, those numbers are not on for any of the profiles, no.
And sir, you also testified last week that one of the extra steps that you engage in, to be more conservative, is that you provide what's called a 99% upper confidence limit on a frequency estimate. Do you recall that?
I do.
Did you, when you did these calculations for Mr. Clark and put on the board this afternoon, first take into consideration the 99% upper confidence limit for those numbers?
Well, you don't do it first, you do it afterwards. I haven't done it yet, but I know what the effects will be based on the comparisons I've done in similar sized profiles from the single stains.
Dr. Ware, didn't you tell this jury last week that both those steps, namely calculating the FST for substructure and providing a 99% upper confidence limit, will render the frequencies somewhat more common than the regular point estimate would? Isn't that true, sir?
I think I said it goes both ways. Certainly the upper confidence limit is in that direction.
Yes, and that the FST is also in that same direction as making it more common. Isn't that correct?
If we use a positive value, we could use a negative value as suggested by the data and go in the other direction.
But if you use the positive value and you use the 99% upper confidence limit, you will generate a frequency more common than the numbers that you just put on the board for Mr. Clark in your redirect examination, wouldn't you?
That's true.
And didn't you also say, sir, that one of the ways that you depart from the other laboratories is that you believe both of those things should be done? Isn't that correct?
That's true.
I'm sorry.
And I haven't changed.
And in fact, even now, when you recalculated these numbers after the weekend, and you did these new numbers for Mr. Clark, you again failed to include those two adjustments, which would render the frequencies more common than they are on that board. Isn't that correct, sir?
Objection, I think the counsel's already concluded this.
Sustained. Rephrase the question. It was also compound.
Sorry?
It was also compound.
Well, sir, had you made the adjustment for substructure that you've characterized before you put these numbers on the board, wouldn't that have generated frequencies more common than the ones that you put on the board?
Yes, the amount depends on the frequency itself.
But it would be more common.
The number I would present is more common. We could calculate it in both directions. We only present it one way, but of course we don't know which way the reality is, so that's true.
But when you said we only present it one way, you would present it in a way that if you had done that calculation would have made these frequencies even more common than the ones that you put up there. Isn't that right?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
That's right.
And sir, if you had been asked to put in a 99% upper confidence limit for these same mixture numbers that you put on the board for Mr. Clark this afternoon, that too would make the frequencies more common than the ones you put on the board. Isn't that correct, sir?
The upper limits would, yes.
Yes. And you didn't do that either, correct?
I had to sleep between midnight and 5 a.m. this morning, as you know.
So when were you first asked to provide frequencies for mixtures in this case?
It was in May sometime.
Didn't you provide even a preliminary report as early as May 11th, sir?
Yes, I did.
And sir, just looking at the numbers that you just generated, what number are we up to, Your Honor? 12, 16? Dr. Weir, it appears from your redirect testimony that there were even more errors in your calculations than first appeared when we discussed it on cross-examination on Friday. Is that correct?
You'll have to be more specific.
Well, there were more item numbers that you had to change.
Today,
correct?
I understand. No, in fact, there was only one error. I applied all those profiles using the same computer program. There was one mistake. It affected all the profiles that we discussed.
It affected far many more profiles than we'd even discussed on Friday, correct?
Yes, and
Argumentative.
I called you last night and told you that as soon as I found out.
Okay. Now, under the new data that you just provided this afternoon to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, for instance, on item 29, you express a range for two contributors from 1 in 26 all the way up to 1 in 11,306. Is that correct?
Yes, I think so.
Check is asked and answered.
And
Also beyond the scope.
And on this new data, sir, that you provided on redirect examination, this range reflects one difference and one difference only, namely, it depends on the race or ethnicity of the two contributors, correct, sir?
Right.
So the profiles don't change. What you're simply saying is, depending upon the race of those contributors, the frequency of that particular profile could be anywhere from 1 in 26 in the population to 1 in 11,306. Isn't that right?
It's almost right. It's based on the four databases I used, a Caucasian, an African American, and 2 Hispanics. It could have been, for example, that I had 4 Hispanic databases and got a similar range. I don't know. So there is a difference by self-reported racial designation, and also a difference just by the sampling of different people.
Well, doctor, when you say on 4 different Hispanic databases, you're speculating because you haven't looked at 4 different Hispanic databases for these particular genetic types, have you? Frequencies. How would you characterize that number or characterize that difference? And now I'll ask you the same question, Dr. Weir. How would you characterize the difference between 1 in 26 versus 1 in 11,306?
Mr. Neufeld, Mr. Clark did not ask me that question. He asked me to compare the results from Friday and the results from today.
Well, I'm going to ask you to compare 1 in 26 to 1 in 11,306, sir. Is that a small difference, a medium difference, or a very large difference?
Well, I would
Objection, I think, is argumentative.
I would say that example is a very large difference.
And sir, again, you started using a gambling analogy under a redirect examination. Let me ask you this question, sir. If you were told that the probability, let's say at a horse race that you attended at the track, for a certain horse coming across the finish line was 1 in 26, and someone else told you was 1 in 11,306, is that a meaningful spread that you could evaluate before you decide to bet on that horse?
I think in that circumstance I wouldn't bet any more than I would place a specific number on this profile. I think we've been very honest to convey to the court the frequency estimate of that profile from the knowledge we have available to us. We don't have a precise value. We are laying it all out. The frequency of that profile in a mixture could be somewhere in this range. I think I said these are not enormously rare profiles at the PCR level. We haven't hidden anything. That's the range in this particular case.
Is there anything else you'd like to say on that? Is there?
I'm sorry, no question.
No, I'm just asking, is there more to that answer?
No, thank you.
Nothing further.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Dr. Weir, thank you very much, sir. You are excused. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to switch to a different witness at this point. I'm going to ask you to step back into the jury room. We need to change some exhibits and things, and we'll have you back out here as soon as we're ready to go. All right, let the record reflect that the jury has withdrawn from the courtroom. Counsel, what's your pleasure? Who's your next witness, Ms. Clark? All right, is she available?
Mr. Bailey and Mr. Blazer are looking at
Yes,
charts,
please.
and I think there's some things to...
You know, and I have one application to make as well, which is that Dr. Weir is still here. Hope he is. Well,
Yes.
oh, good. Dr. Weir furnished us with a few hundred pages of tables for the pairings for the 2 and 3 contributor assumptions to the data in this case. And he didn't give us the tables in hard copy for the 4 because he just said it was too voluminous, and I certainly accept that. In order, though, for our own experts to independently evaluate his calculations and what he's done here, what we'd like to have and what we need to have is simply a copy of his computer program, because I believe we already have the data of the frequencies. And I would simply ask the court to ask the prosecution to simply have Dr. Weir make a copy of that program available so our experts can independently evaluate it prior to their taking the witness stand in this case.
We have no opposition to providing the defense the data itself, but I don't feel that Dr. Weir has to provide everything in his laboratory that relates to this type of program.
It's not everything, it's just that there's no way we can check his numbers unless we have his program. That's the whole point. And I'm not asking for everything in his laboratory. He has a computer program.
I'm sure it's a
And if
proprietary
you-
program, though.
I'll put it under protective order, Your Honor. We will not let anybody else see it or disclose it to anybody. And if we give it to 1 or 2 of our experts to evaluate, they too can sign a protective order, if that's the concern. Other than that, since he relied on that computer program to generate this data, we're entitled to it. I'm not asking him to create something that doesn't exist. He already has the program.
They are welcome to the data, Your Honor, but I don't think there's any basis to order somebody to turn over a program and how to interpret the data. If they have the data, then the defense experts can interpret it just as well.
All right, when can you have that data available? All right.
The data is inadequate, Your Honor, for our experts to determine whether or not he, in fact, conveyed these or did his calculations properly. His calculations are predicated on his computer program. The only way we'll know if he did it right is to at least rely on the same computer program. It can't be done any other way.
Have the data available tomorrow. All right, request for the computer program itself is denied. All right. Next witness. Mr. Blazer, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Before we do the next witness, I'm assuming we're getting into hair and trace evidence. We were just presented with, I think, 33 pages of new discovery on the next 2 witnesses. One is a 5-page typed report from the first witness, who we had nothing from before. The rest of it are handwritten notes by Susan Brockbank, which we have other material from her. This is new material. We object to the late discovery. There is also a large board that they want to use that we've never seen before until just now. It has a lot of chain of custody information on it. It may be perfectly fine, but we haven't had a chance to look at it. I've reviewed Ms. Lewis's report. I'm prepared to go ahead with her today. I am not prepared to go ahead with Ms. Brockbank. Her handwritten notes, I have to sit down and go through them and correlate them to her old notes before I'm prepared to cross-examine her. So we need some time to look at their chart before we can start with, and anything else that they might want to use with this first witness.
All right, Mr. Fretlow, is this the chart?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, why don't you bring that up? Why don't you just lean it up against the jury rail there, please? All right, Mr. Blazer, you want to take a look at that and see what your concerns are?
Well, I don't have all these dates in my head, Your Honor. I can't.
No, I mean, I just wanted to know what the nature of your objection, or you said you hadn't had a chance to look at it.
Correct. I haven't had a chance to correlate the numbers and the dates. They sent us one other chart on exemplars, which we're prepared to stipulate to, that did have dates on it. We could cross-compare those, but there's a lot of information on this chart, and I just haven't had a lot of time to absorb it. I've had a couple of minutes.
Well, how much time do you need, Mr. Blazer?
I don't know how many items they're going to cover with Ms. Lewis. Do you know, Ms. Clark?
You'll do the, it'll be basically all the knowns.
Exemplars.
Exactly. It'll be, not all the knowns, obviously, just the stuff that came from the coroner's office, items 73, 79, 81, 83, 86,
And 122?
on that board.
What about 122?
No, that doesn't pertain to Ms. Lewis, Your Honor.
All right. That's all you're going to cover with this witness?
That's correct.
Mr. Blazier?
Madam
Sure. And I take it Ms. Lewis is readily available?
Yes. Mr. Blazier referred to, Your Honor, he got them as soon as I got them. I haven't even read Susan Brockbank's notes, and I was reading Denise Lewis's notes that he's talked about during this witness.
Objection as to Ms. Lewis, and I assume that tomorrow morning we'll hear about Brockbank if there's a problem.
Yep, all I'm saying is that the notes did not exist until this morning. So it's not late discovery. That's when they were written.
Just for purpose of calculating time, Your Honor, I understood from Mr. Darden this morning in Chambers that the main emphasis on comparison will be with Diedrich and not the whole litany with Brockbank.
Exactly right. Yeah, there's not going to be any testimony about comparison for Brockbank at all. At all.
Who's your comparison expert?
Doug Diedrich of the FBI. I've attempted to make sure there's no overlap. So.
All right. So how many hair and trace witnesses are we going to have?
3.
Got it. Okay.
And that's why I've just proposed a stipulation concerning the taking of other exemplars to prevent the calling of other witnesses just to say I took an exemplar. And they agreed, I believe.
Okay.
Correct.
Mr. Blazier?
We do have objections. We're not prepared to stipulate to the collection of any evidence items by the coroner's office or by Mr. Yamauchi. There are exemplars, and we presented a stipulation. The fingernail kit, the hair kits, those.
The fingernail kit and the hair kit were already done by business records. The only thing I'm asking you to stipulate to, and it's already in the stipulation that you've looked at, is the collection of exemplars from the clothing by Yamauchi and Raquel.
Fabric samples are fine. I have no problem with that.
And the Bronco carpet fiber exemplars.
I have no problem with that either.
That's all you're asked for. That's all we need.
Well, we aren't agreeing to anything done by Radcliffe at the coroner's office. We aren't agreeing that the clothing of the victims was properly preserved by the coroner's office, and we would object to testimony about what happened to that clothing unless it's subject to connection at some later point in time.
We are putting in the clothing of the victims and the hair sample taken from the victims. Mr. Kelberg laid the foundation through business records. As far as the coroner's office is concerned, we pick up the chain from Denise Lewis, who will identify by coroner's number and packaging exactly what the items were that she recovered from the coroner's office that is attributed to the decedents. And we believe that's sufficient to complete the chain. Defense wants to call witnesses that pertain to that in their case in chief. They're welcome to do so, but I don't think the people are required to do anything further other than identify from the packages. Unless the defense can make the challenge and show there's something wrong with the chain of the people versus riser, we can do so by the identity of numbers on the packaging and the descriptions of the items themselves, and we intend to do so with the witnesses that we will call.
All right, so what's the roadblock to at least starting with this witness this afternoon?
None?
No, I have no objection to going ahead with this witness. I just want to make it clear we're not stipulating, for instance, with the clothing. The shirt obviously was not properly collected because it was moldy and smelly by the time it got to the crime lab. We've had testimony that if it was collected properly, that wouldn't happen. So we know presumptively that wasn't collected properly, and we are not agreeing that it was.
I'm
All right.
not asking you to.
All right.
I'm just saying that was the shirt.
So I just wanted to know the parameters of what the objections are, but if there's no objection based upon the report that was disclosed this afternoon to proceeding with Ms. Lewis, let's proceed with Ms. Lewis. All right. Anything else? Yep. All right, Mr. Fairlow, would you turn that down, please, so the jury can't see it until it's going to be used? 5 o'clock.
Yeah, Mr. Fairlow indicated that he would fax me a copy of that tonight so that we can take a look at it over the evening break.
Fine. All right, counsel, anything else before we invite the jurors to rejoin us? All right, let's have the jury, please. All right, people may call the next witness.
Thank you, Ronnie. People call Ms. Denise Lewis.
All right, Ms. Lewis.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause of the before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please have a seat. The witness stand and state and spell your first and last names for the record.
Denise Lewis, D-E-N-I-S-E, Lewis, L-E-W-I-S.
Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Ms. Lewis.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us, please, what you do for a living?
I work for Los Angeles Police Department. I'm a laboratory technician assigned to Scientific Investigation Division. I've been with Los Angeles Police Department since 1981.
I could ask you to please slow down for the court reporter and try and keep your voice up just a little bit, okay?
Yes.
You a little bit nervous?
Very.
All right. Tell us what that means. What does a lab technician do?
My function with Los Angeles Police Department, I'm assigned to go out in the field with the criminalists, help gather evidence at crime scenes. I also, one of my primary responsibilities is to handle all coroner's evidence, evidence from the coroner's office into our lab for analysis. I assign booking numbers to it, itemize them.
Now, do you have some kind of a background in science?
Yes, I've got a bachelor's in biology, and I've got a postgrad class at UCLA in biochemistry.
And when did you begin with LAPD?
In 1981.
And have you continuously been with LAPD since then?
I've been on the books with Los Angeles Police Department the entire time, but I have been off. There was a period of time, 2 years, where I was off due to work comp situation.
And when you say work comp situation, what was that?
I had a slip and fall downstairs while at work.
Is that an injury you currently still suffer from?
Yes, it is.
Are you back to work now?
Yes, I am.
And when did you return to work?
June 1993.
All right, now did you receive some training in the handling of items concerning hair and trace that may be on those items?
Yes, I have.
Now, when I say hair and trace, tell us what that means.
Hair, the obvious, different hair. Trace, you've got soil, debris. You also have carpet fibers, anything, minute items that might have been dropped from various items.
How about clothing fibers?
Yes.
And what is it exactly that you've learned with respect to how items that may contain hairs and fibers for analysis should be handled?
Could you rephrase, please?
Sure. When you are handling items that are recovered from a crime scene, items of evidence that may have hairs or fibers on them that need to be preserved for analysis, is there in general something that you're required to do, that you know that you must do, in order to preserve the hair and fiber evidence?
Well, basically, we've got various ways of collecting the items. First, when we observe the items, which we can use opaque lighting for observation of hair and trace evidence. Once we discover it, we're going to use gloved hands, gather the evidence, putting it either into a plastic container or a paper bindle, or we also use sticky lifts or a tape type lift to gather the evidence.
Now, do you take any particular care with the items of evidence that are recovered to make sure that hair and trace is not lost or transferred to another item?
Yes, we do.
And what kind of measures are those?
Well, as an example with the sticky lifts, that's one way of you pick it up and it's not going to go anywhere because you take it from the tape and then you put it on like a cardboard, or sometimes we use a fingerprint card in the field, and that will preserve it and it won't allow cross-contamination with other items. We also, when we pick up a trace, hair trace, we put it into a plastic envelope that will keep it. We keep everything separate. We don't cross-mingle things.
Now, when you are handling items of evidence that are recovered from a crime scene for the purpose of preserving them in some manner, how are you dressed?
When I'm at the crime scene itself?
No, when you're at the lab.
When I'm in the lab, I'm either wearing our cloth, a cotton lab coat, or I'll wear a disposable lab coat. And depending on if I'm handling bulky items such as clothing or other carpets or whatever, I'll have additional protection of disposable sleeves on, plus I wear gloves. Occasionally I'll wear eye protection.
Now, when you say lab coat, what color is that coat?
It's a white coat.
Is that standard wear in the lab?
Yes, it is.
And with respect to gloves, what kind of gloves do you use?
They're latex.
When you say disposable sleeves, can you describe what those are?
It's a paper-like material, and the sleeves come up to the elbow, goes from my wrist to my elbow. It's just added protection for my wrist area and my elbow, since you can rest your arms on things that will gather evidence. I don't want that to be transferred onto my person or make a chance, to make sure I don't cross-contaminate everything.
Now, have you ever processed, how many coroner's cases have you processed in the past?
Well over 200.
Was this case that's now before this court and this jury a coroner's case for you?
Yes, it was.
And what does that mean?
It means it was evidence that was picked up from the coroner's office and brought to me for handling and booking of the items, make the police report, and then put it back into
With the counter area to make it a clean area.
I laid down 2 layers of disposable terry cloth towels.
Why'd you do that?
It is a small working area for myself. It just keeps everything nice and confined. It's close. It makes sure I don't contaminate the counter. It also makes sure nothing contaminates the items that I'm working with.
And what did you do first?
I removed the items out of the manila envelope first, out of Mr. Goldman's manila envelope, pulled them out for identification.
And what items were in that manila envelope?
The EDTA swatch, and it's an envelope that is marked EDTA, and a second envelope that is marked decedent's hair kit.
All right. Now, what is the EDTA, envelope or swatch?
It is a blood preservative. It is a cotton swatch, I believe, and it is soaked with EDTA, which is, as I said, is a blood preservative, and the coroner uses this to gather a sample of the victim's blood while doing the autopsy.
So the envelope that contains the sample of the victim's blood is in one envelope small envelope by itself?
Correct.
Is that like a coin-sized envelope?
Yes.
Was it sealed?
Yes.
Did you unseal it?
No.
And you said there was a decedent's hair kit in there as well?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you to direct your attention to the monitor, Your Honor. I ask that this photograph be marked People's Next in order. 412? Thank you. See what's there on 412?
Yes.
Is that familiar?
Yes, it is.
Please tell us what it is.
That is the decedent's hair kit.
For?
It's difficult to read. One moment, please.
Would it help you if we zoomed in there? Hey, thank you.
Much better. It's for Mr. Goldman.
Okay. If you can pull it back out. Thank you. All right, now there's 3 coin envelopes to the right of the larger one marked as decedent's hair kit. Were they contained inside that envelope marked decedent's hair kit when you saw them?
Unknown. I never opened up the decedent's hair kit to verify what was inside the envelope. I can say that the 3 envelopes mark what the coroner has marked on the envelope as being contained, but I can't confirm it.
Well, when you received that larger envelope on the left-hand side that is entitled decedent's hair kit, was it sealed?
Yes, it was.
Did you ever open it?
No, I didn't.
And counsel may be stipulated that Ms. Lewis received that hair kit envelope in a sealed condition and never opened it at any time.
So stipulated.
Thank you.
Stipulation is accepted by the court.
Now, when you removed that item and the EDTA swatch from the manila envelope for Ron Goldman, did you assign an item number?
Yes, I did.
And what did you assign to what?
EDTA swatch, I assigned number 72, and the decedent's hair kit, I assigned number 73.
And that was the number shown up in the upper right-hand corner of that photograph?
Yes, it is.
And let the jury see that too. Oh, John. Is that your handwriting there on the envelope?
The 73 is yes, and my writing on the bottom, yes.
Where on the bottom is your writing?
My initials, DL, and my serial number, and the 62794 is my writing.
Okay. Is that the second line at the very bottom there?
Yes, it is.
All right. That's fine, thank you. What did you do with the envelopes, the decedent's hair kit, that's at the left side of that photograph, and the EDTA swatch, after you gave them item numbers?
I created a analyzed frozen envelope. It is a white envelope that we use to actually book it into our property room. I filled out the information on it, and I put these items into that envelope.
And I'm showing you now a photograph that I'd ask to be marked as People's Next in order 413.
All right, 413.
Do you recognize what's being shown to you here?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is the analyzed frozen envelope.
And is that the frozen envelope that you placed item number 73 and item number 72 into?
Yes.
Do you see your initials on it? Or your writing on it?
Yes, I do.
And where is that?
The fourth line down, Louis D. Charles 9013.
That's you?
Yes,
And then it lists item numbers. Are those the item numbers, the items contained in that envelope?
they were.
Now, after you put the decedent's hair kit for Ronald Goldman and the EDTA swatch for Ronald Goldman with the item numbers into this white envelope, what did you do next?
At that time, I thought I was completed with Ron Goldman's physical evidence, so I proceeded on to Nicole Simpson's physical evidence.
And in that respect, what did you do
I
to prepare?
To prepare for it, I discarded, I first looked at the terry cloth towels that I had down to make sure nothing seeped through, that I didn't have any trace evidence or any blood on them. They were clean, they were discarded, my gloves were discarded, and fresh gloves were applied, and new terry cloth towels were placed down on the counter.
And what did you do then?
Then I proceeded to pull out the manila envelope that had Miss Brown's information, her physical evidence.
And by that you mean her physical evidence?
Her physical evidence, meaning her hair, the blood swatch, some blood scrapings, and fingernail clippings.
Now, the manila envelopes for Ron and Nicole that you're referring to, were those are the large envelopes that contain the smaller ones you just described?
Yes.
Were they closed in some manner?
It's just, they're closed with just the metal clasp on it.
That hasp that you spread out and flattened?
Right. It's just an 8x10 envelope.
Contained inside the manila envelope with Nicole Brown's identifying information on it, you found what?
An EDTA swatch, a decedent's hair kit, a fingernail kit, and 2 physical evidence envelopes that contain blood scrapings per the coroner's office.
Were those sealed?
Yes, they were.
Did you open the seals on any of those smaller envelopes?
No.
And counsel, may it be stipulated that Ms. Lewis received the decedent's hair kit for Nicole Brown on June 27th in a sealed condition from the coroner's office and never opened the seal?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, stipulations accepted by the court.
Thank you, Ron. So you had, with respect to the decedent's hair kit, do you recognize what's being shown to you in the photograph now before you?
Yes.
Ask that this photograph be marked Peoples 414, Your Honor.
414.
Thank you. What is it?
It's a decedent's hair kit. It's marked for... Could it be focused a little bit better, please? For Brown Simpson, Nicole, with coroner case number 945136.
All right, let me just ask, Ms. Fitzpatrick, apparently our monitor in front of juror number 1 is not working. Is that correct, juror number 1? Can we check that real quick? Mr. Fairtlow, you want to check that? Back on? All right, proceed. Thank you. Did we forget to turn it on?
Yes, it just needs to turn on.
High tech, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Clark?
And that is the decedent's hair kit for Nicole Simpson?
Yes, it is.
All right, what did you do with the decedent's hair kit that you have gotten a sealed condition, the EDTA swatch, fingernail kit, and the blood scrapings, all those sealed envelopes? What did you do with them?
The items were all, I added the reporting number, the district reporting number, the DR number, my initials, serial number, the date that I received the items from Ms. DeGrandes, and the item number for each individual item number.
Okay. Now, I see a number crossed off there on the decedent's hair kit.
Yes.
Is that the is that your doing?
Yes, it is with my initials.
You had to change that number at some point?
Yes, I did.
All right, we'll get back to that. It's 75 there that's crossed out, correct?
Correct.
But are those your initials next to that?
Yes, they are.
And underneath that, number 83?
Yes.
You wrote that down?
Yes, I did.
And is number 83 the item number that it actually is assigned?
May I refer to my notes?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
All right, after you got done initialing and itemizing by number all of the items for Nicole Brown from the manila envelope, what did you do?
Once again, I looked at the terry cloth towels, make sure there isn't any trace evidence that was left. Nothing was observed. The cloth towels and my gloves were discarded.
And what did you do with those actual envelopes?
Those were
Right
also
now, I'm sorry, go ahead.
those were also discarded.
The envelopes?
The envelopes. Are you referring to the smaller envelopes or are you referring to the manila envelopes?
I'm referring to the smaller envelopes.
The smaller envelopes were put into the analyzed frozen envelope, the white frozen envelope.
The one that we just saw on the screen before, People's 413?
Yes,
All
the
right.
same with Mr. Goldman's.
The same one?
It's the same envelope as what I put Mr. Goldman's evidence into.
Now, if we could go back to 83 for a minute. With respect to this photograph, number 414, right here before you, you see only item number 83, correct?
Correct.
The other envelopes you're referring to, the EDTA swatch and the fingernail kit and blood scrapings, were separate envelopes?
Yes, they are.
Were they as big as the decedent's hair kit? If you remember.
Not all. No, they're not.
But they got their own item numbers, correct?
Yes, I did.
So after you put the decedent's hair kit and the other envelopes into the white frozen envelope, what did you do next?
I sealed the envelope.
And then what'd you do?
The envelope was placed into the freezer that is inside our supply room area, which is also a secured area.
Now, you indicated, I believe, also that you changed your gloves and threw away the terry cloth towels.
Yes.
Was there any paper down on that table?
I then placed paper down for the next stage of the itemization.
What kind of paper is it?
It's butcher block paper.
What was the next thing that you did after you put that butcher block paper down?
Then I gathered Mr. Goldman's, the white mesh bag, and started preparing to go through those items.
Who'd you begin with?
Mr. Goldman's items.
And where were Nicole's items while you were doing that?
They were on the side on another table.
Were any of the bags with her clothing open at that time?
No.
Sealed shut?
Yes.
The white paper that you put down, is that clean?
Yes, it is.
Which item did you begin with for Ron Goldman?
I started with the bag that was marked shirt.
What did you do with that bag?
The bag was opened up, and inside I observed a heavy shirt and also a large white bindle of paper.
Now, the bag containing the shirt, was it sealed in any manner when you got it?
It had coroner's tape seal on it, yes.
I have a photograph that is now on the screen. Your Honor, it has to be marked People's 415.
415.
Thank you. Do you recognize the item and the bag that's in front of you now on the monitor?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is the shirt that came, that's Mr. Goldman's shirt, or identified from the coroner's office as being Mr. Goldman's shirt, and that is the bag that I placed the shirt into.
Now, that is not the bag that you first received the shirt in, correct?
No, ma'am.
And can you describe the bag that you received the shirt in?
It's a brown paper bag, very similar to that.
Okay, when you opened the bag, you saw that there was a bindle in that bag as well as the shirt?
Yes.
Were there any other items of clothing in that bag?
No.
And what did the bindle look like?
It was a large bindle, folded paper. I couldn't, the approximate size would have been about 6 by 8 inches, thereabouts.
And was it sealed?
Yes, it was.
It did have some writing on it.
Yes, it did.
What writing, if you remember?
Is it all right if I refer to my notes?
Do you need to refresh your memory?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
You may.
It states, from under Ron Goldman's jacket, examined by G. Sigler and Dr. Baden.
Is there a date?
I don't have that in my notes, no, ma'am.
Okay. Is there a description on that bindle?
That is the only description from them.
Okay. When you noticed that there was a bindle inside the bag, what did you do?
I contacted my supervisor, Mr. Matheson, to verify that I continue with my normal procedure on handling evidence.
And what is your normal procedure?
Anything that I cannot identify for my report, I open up to verify what the contents are so I can appropriately describe them for my report.
And what did Mr. Matheson tell you to do?
Proceed as usual. Open
And-
up the items.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
Tell us exactly what you did with that bindle.
Well, over the butcher block paper that I had down myself, clean butcher block paper, I opened up the bindle and looked to see what was inside. I unsealed the bindle, looked to see what was inside, and discovered dirt and debris, and then I resealed the package.
Where was the shirt when you did that?
It was still inside its bag, and it was put aside and on another table.
So the shirt was not near the bindle as you opened it.
No, it was not.
Both. Two photographs, Your Honor. Asked that they're going to be marked. The upper one with the bindle closed, number 77 on it, People's 416.
So, Mark.
Thank you. And below that, Your Honor, can we make that 416A?
Sure. Which is apparently the bindle unfolded.
Exactly. Do you recognize what's shown to you in 416 and 416A?
Yes.
Please describe for us first in 416. What's that?
416 is the way the bindle, basically the way the bindle looked when I received it, except for the Los Angeles Police Department evidence seal on it and my initials.
Was it sealed when you first found it inside the shirt bag?
Yes, it was, with the coroner's office seal.
And the description that you read to us earlier,
Is what is written partially underneath that seal of mine.
was it soil or debris under Ron Goldman's jacket? Oh, from under Ron Goldman's jacket?
Right.
All right. Is that the writing you found on the envelope when you first saw it on June 27th?
Yes, it is.
And when you opened it, you saw what is reflected in the photograph, 416A?
Yes, it is.
And that is the same bindle but open, correct?
Correct.
When you saw the contents of the envelope, what did you do? Did you touch the soil and debris?
No, ma'am.
You just looked?
Just looked and folded it back up and sealed it.
Resealed it?
Yes.
And what did you do with the bindle after you resealed it?
It was placed on the counter with other items.
Did you look at your gloves after you resealed that bindle?
Yes.
For what purpose?
Just to verify that they're clean, that nothing got on, no transfer of any trace evidence.
Did you look at the butcher paper that was on top of the table under the bindle when you looked at it?
Yes, I did.
And for what purpose did you look at that butcher paper?
For the same thing, to make sure no trace evidence had fallen out from the bindle when I opened it up.
And did you see any?
No.
So what did you do?
The butcher block paper was removed. It was my gloves and the paper were both put in the trash. They were clean.
What happened next?
At that stage, I put fresh paper down on the table, and then I pulled out the shirt to look at it for identification purposes.
Now, at this point, did you actually number this bindle?
Yes, ma'am, I did. It later got crossed off.
What number did you initially give this?
Initially, it was given, I have 74 in there. It was initially given 74, and that was crossed off. There was one thing that happened between this stage before I gave it the 74 that I forgot.
Oh, tell us, what happened?
That was when I discovered that I had the soil and what I consider as additional physical evidence. I like to keep my items, basically my physical evidence, with the physical evidence that belongs to the individual. This was physical evidence that belonged to Ron Goldman. So I went back into the freezer where I had put in the frozen envelope, gathered that up, brought it back into the evidence processing room, unsealed it, removed the items in it, and crossed off the numbers that I had assigned initially to Ms. Brown's items, so I can keep Mr. Goldman's items all consecutive. And I assigned him 74, which got crossed off again due to an additional item that I found later on.
All right, so is it unusual to find bindles in the packages containing the clothing from the coroner's office?
Yes, it is.
So when you process the coroner's items, in general, when you say items of physical evidence, are you talking about the hair kit, the blood, the fingernails, that sort of thing?
Yes, I am.
And so you keep those consecutive for each victim,
Yes,
and then you keep the clothing consecutive for each victim?
yes.
When you discovered this bindle in Ron Goldman's shirt bag, that's what caused you to go back and start the renumbering all over again?
Yes,
When you retrieved the frozen analysis envelope back out of the freezer, it was sealed, correct?
yes,
Did you have to break that seal?
yes, I did.
And why is that?
The only way to get back into the envelope is to break the seal.
And you decided that you were going to put this bindle with soil and debris into the frozen analysis envelope?
No, it was decided that I was going to have to renumber Nicole's items, so I had to get into the bindle to cross off those numbers.
When you say renumber Nicole's items, you mean her hair kit and fingernail kit, that sort of thing?
Yes,
On the front of that frozen analysis envelope, that white envelope, do you have a description by item number of what is supposed to be contained in it?
the item numbers are on it, yes.
Would that have to be changed too?
Yes, it did.
So did you just cross off the numbers on the front of it?
No, I made a whole new envelope, which is the one that we saw earlier.
That's the one that was in the photograph marked People's 413?
Yes,
That one?
yes,
Okay. So after you broke the seals and you crossed off the numbers for Nicole Brown's items like her hair kit, fingernail kit, blood scrapings, etc., then what did you do?
after I crossed her items off, then I went back to, well, her items were placed on the side on the counter. Basically, the counter is a clean area. No, the clothing, the loose clothing, nothing is left over there. Anything that's on the counter is going to be kept sealed.
So did you put Ron's decedent's hair kit and Nicole's decedent's hair kit both into the new frozen analysis envelope,
Yes, I did.
along with the other items you've mentioned that you had in there previously?
Yes,
And that would be items 73 and 83 for the hair kits, respectively?
yes,
Now, this time, did you seal it and put it into the freezer?
no, I didn't.
And why not?
I received one surprise from the coroner's office. I wanted to double check, wait until I went through all the items to make sure that there wasn't anything else mixed in with other items.
All right, now, I believe you testified that the bindle that had been in the bag with the shirt, you had folded up, resealed, and put to the side, correct?
Yes,
And then you said you changed your gloves in the butcher paper?
yes.
Then what did you do?
Then at that stage, I went to the next bag and brought it to the, I'm sorry, did I say I put down fresh butcher block paper?
Yes, you did. Did you examine the shirt?
Yes, I also examined the shirt.
And in what manner did you examine the shirt? Please describe for us how you did that.
Well, the shirt was taken out of the brown paper bag, and the shirt was laid on the clean butcher block paper that I'd laid down.
What, if anything, unusual did you observe about the shirt?
Moldy areas.
Moldy?
Yes.
How'd that look?
Green fuzz.
Was there what appeared to be blood in the areas of green fuzz on the shirt?
Yes.
Was there a lot of what appeared to be blood on that shirt?
Yes.
Was it damp when you took it out of the bag?
No.
Dry?
Yes.
Okay. When you took it out of the bag, were you wearing your lab coat?
Yes.
Were you wearing clean gloves?
Yes.
Were you wearing disposable sleeves?
Yes.
And you took it out onto the clean butcher paper?
Yes.
Did you shake it?
No.
Did you twist it?
No. It is just laid out on the butcher block paper. You tried not to disturb the clothing as much as possible.
And why is that?
Keep all trace evidence that came with the clothing on the clothing.
So you purposely avoided shaking or moving it about?
Yes.
Other than the mold, what else did you see?
Mold and blood, nothing else was... I wasn't looking for any real trace evidence. I'm just looking for abnormalities. I checked the make of the style of the shirt, the type of shirt, for identification, for descriptive purposes.
So that's not your function then, is to collect trace evidence? You're not doing that?
Not when I'm dealing with coroner's evidence, no.
What is your primary purpose then in taking the items out of the bags and looking at them?
For descriptive purposes, to be able to identify them in court.
And is it an inventory control to make sure you're getting what the coroner claims you're getting?
Yes.
After you looked at the shirt, after you laid it down and looked at it, then what did you do?
The shirt was put back into a clean bag.
Did you fold it in some manner?
It was folded and then it was put in a bag. And then I observed. Then I looked at the butcher block paper to make sure, to see if there was any trace evidence or anything left on the paper.
After you put the shirt into the bag?
Yes.
Now the bag that's up in the upper left-hand corner, isn't this it? Well, this is another photograph of the shirt. I'd ask it to be marked Peoples. 417?
417.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you see the item marked 417?
Yes.
Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the shirt that I received from the coroner's office that was assigned to Mr. Goldman.
And is that how it appeared to you on that day?
Yes.
Now, the photograph that was previously marked as Peoples, 416. Do you see the bag in that photograph?
Yes.
And do you see the item of clothing in that photograph?
Yes.
What is the item of clothing?
It is the shirt.
And the bag, is that the one you made up?
Yes, it is.
So you transferred Mr. Goldman's shirt from the brown bag that the coroner submitted it to you in a sealed condition into a new bag?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because this item, it came in with two items. I received the shirt and the white paper bindle that had the soil and debris in it. And I've been trained to keep my items separate.
So you created a new bag for the shirt?
Yes.
And is that what you put it into, this bag shown here?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. There was one photograph I forgot to show the defense, and I don't want to... Two more photographs, Your Honor, if I may. Um, 418. And if I may, 418A. I'm going to show you far away and then close up. These two bags, you see the one, 418 has the word shirt written on it.
Yes.
And John, if you could show her the lower right corner. See a number in the lower right corner of that photograph containing the photo of the bag marked shirt.
Yes.
And what number is that?
81.
Do you recognize that number?
Yes, I do.
And what does that number refer to?
It refers to the number I assigned the shirt in my police report.
And dropping down to 418A. What is that?
That is the same bag, just a different side of it.
And what is that bag?
It's the bag that came from the coroner's office with the shirt, the original bag.
So after you repackaged the shirt into the new bag that you previously identified, you kept that original bag?
Yes, I did.
What'd you do with it?
It was packaged with the final packaging for the evidence processing room. The evidence control unit.
How did you preserve it? Did you fold it? Did you?
It was folded.
After you put the shirt into the new bag, did you seal the bag?
Yes, I did.
And what'd you do with the bag after you sealed it?
After it was sealed, it was placed on the counter with other sealed items.
Was that somewhere apart from where you were doing your examination?
Yes, it is.
After you finished examining the shirt, did you look at the paper you had examined it on?
Yes, I did.
Did you notice whether there was anything on that paper?
Yes, on this, the butcher block paper, after I took care of the shirt, there was some soil on it.
What did you do with that soil?
I tapped it into the bag with the shirt, the new bag with the shirt.
So that the soil would be kept with the shirt?
Exactly.
And after you did that, what did you do with the paper?
Then the paper was discarded along with my gloves.
And what did you do after that?
Then I gathered I placed down fresh butcher block paper, picked up some fresh gloves, and picked up a new item.
And what was the next item you picked up?
Is it all right if I refer to my notes?
Do you need to?
Yes, please. The next item was a bag marked shoes.
What condition was that bag in?
What condition?
Yeah, was it open or closed?
It was sealed.
All right. People's next in order, Your Honor. People's 419.
So marked.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recognize the original bag in which you received the shoes of Ron Goldman in this photograph, People's 419?
Yes, I do.
And which bag is that?
It is the brown paper bag on the top.
And it has a number on it?
Yes, it has number 78 on it, and it's marked as boots. Though at the time, it did not have boots marked on it.
So was that, it has the date 8/24/94 on it?
Excuse me, no, that isn't the same bag. I'm sorry.
Different bag?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Move down on the photograph. Do you recognize the bag below that?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us what that bag is.
That is the bag that I assigned, the new bag that I gave the boots.
We show another photograph. I'd like to mark.
It's upside down.
All right, time out. Yeah. Right. All right, Ms. Clark, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ask that this be marked Peoples 420.
420.
Thank you. Do you see a bag in this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize the bag that is being shown at this point?
Yes, I do.
It says shoes and LG Bindle,
Yes,
and I see of dirt
yes,
and DL.
correct.
Who wrote that?
I did. Thank you.
Now, is that the bag that originally contained the shoes that came from the coroner's office?
Yes,
And that was the one that was in a sealed condition when you saw it?
yes.
At the time that you opened up that bag, were there any other items around that were not sealed? That is, items of clothing?
No.
When you opened up the bag, what did you see?
I discovered another white paper bindle that was inside the bag and also a small brown bag that was sealed, along with the boots or shoes.
Shoes, boots, shoes. Another photograph, Your Honor, asked that it be marked Peoples 421.
People's 421. Photograph of what appears to be a watch and
Yeah, I don't think...
paper bag.
Thank you. You see a bag in the center of that photograph with number 74 on it?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize that bag?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's the bag that came in with the larger bag from the coroner's office that contained the shoes.
And that bag, was it sealed when you recovered it from the bag containing the shoes?
Yes, it was.
Did you unseal it?
Yes, I did.
Was that on clean paper?
Yes, it was.
Were you wearing clean, fresh gloves?
Yes, I was.
And you opened the bag?
Yes,
You
I did.
you broke the seal?
Yes, I did.
What did you see in it?
Hair?
Did you take the hair out?
No, I didn't.
Did you touch it?
No.
What did it look like?
My recollection is it was a light-colored hair, somewhat longish. Wasn't real short crop or anything.
And after you saw that, what did you do?
I sealed it back up.
Where did you put it?
It was then put back on the counter with the rest of the physical evidence.
Now, you didn't touch the hair, correct?
Correct.
And other than looking inside the bag, you didn't touch any item associated with the shoes or the hair inside the bag?
No, I did not touch anything.
So after you sealed that bag and put it to the side, what did you do next?
Looked at the paper that I had down, checked my gloves for anything, make sure something may have fallen out. Nothing did. Everything was clean. The paper was changed, gloves were changed, and then I opened up the paper bindle that I'd received with the shoe bag.
People's next in order, Your Honor, People's 422.
422.
Thank you. Now, the bindle that you're referring to had some writing on it when you recovered it from the bag?
Yes, it did.
And was that bindle sealed when you recovered it from the bag?
Yes, it was.
Do you recall what was written on that bindle?
I need to refer to my notes.
To refresh your memory?
Yes.
Go ahead.
This bindle stated, "This large bindle from under Ron Goldman's shoes when opened for exam by Dr. Bandon and G. Sigler."
Dr. Bodden and who?
Bodden and G. Initial G as in George, Sigler.
Do you know who either one of those gentlemen are?
No, I don't.
And when you opened that bindle, did you?
Yes, I did.
Again, on clean paper with clean gloves?
Yes.
What did you see?
Soil and debris?
Did you touch it?
No.
Just looked at it?
Yes.
And then what?
Resealed it.
And what did you do with it?
After it was resealed, it was placed on the counter with the rest of the sealed items.
At some point after you looked at the bindle, did you examine the paper that it was lying on?
Yes, I did.
And did you see anything on there in way of hair, trace, or soil?
No, it was clean.
And did you check your gloves as well?
Yes, I did.
After sealing up that bindle, then, what did you do?
The paper was discarded and the gloves were also discarded. Then new gloves and paper, new gloves were put on, and fresh paper was placed down.
Now, you indicated earlier that with respect to the soil and debris items, you did not intend to put them into the frozen analysis white envelope, correct?
Correct.
But you found that little brown bag with the light-colored hair in it
Yes.
that you resealed, again, I take it.
Yes.
And what did you do with that?
That is considered physical evidence. It was physical evidence that was received with Mr. Goldman's items, so it was going to go with the physical evidence, the rest of his physical evidence, his blood swatch and his hair. Correct, his hair, decedent's hair kit.
So what did you do with the little brown bag that contained the light-colored hair?
It was placed with the rest of his items at this time.
In the white frozen analysis envelope?
Yes.
And after doing that, what did you do next?
Then I proceeded to go into the third bag that I had received from the coroner's office from Mr. Goldman.
And at this point, do you have fresh butcher paper down?
Yes, I do.
Clean gloves?
Yes.
And this bag, was it described in some manner? Was there some writing on it?
Yes, it was described as pants, socks.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, may I mark one for the photograph? The,
423.
as if we could, 422A? This is the bindle opened up.
All right, 422A.
Thank you. I'm showing you the photograph that is now below 422 that has been marked 422A. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It is an opened, it's the white bindle that's opened up.
And is that the soil and debris that you found inside the envelope when you opened it on that date?
Yes, it is.
And that you resealed then?
Yes, it is.
And now with respect to the third bag for Ron Goldman that you received from the coroner's office, the photograph, Your Honor, has to be marked Peoples 423?
423.
Do you recognize the bag that's shown you in this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that the bag that you got from the coroner's office?
Yes, it is.
And it was in a sealed condition, was it?
Yes, it was.
Did it have that writing on it that's shown right now in this photograph, Peoples 423?
It had the pants, socks on it. I believe I added the debris.
So what did you do with this bag?
The bag was opened up over the clean butcher block paper, and once again I found another bindle inside.
Okay. And what did the bindle look like?
It was another white sealed bindle like the other two.
And what did you do with that bindle?
The bindle was removed from the bag, and the bag was placed aside. It was closed up and placed aside.
Now, with respect to all three of these bindles that were opened, that were recovered from the shirt bag, the pants and socks bag, and the shoe bag, were the items themselves, that is, the pants and socks, the shoes, the shirt, kept separate from where you were looking from when you opened the bindle?
Yes, they were on another table.
And you see a photograph in front of you, I'd ask that it be marked Peoples 424.
424.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recognize what's being shown you in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is the white bindle that I received out of the shirt, pants, I'm sorry. It was out of the pants, socks bag.
Whose writing is that on it?
That's my writing.
When you found it inside, when you first recovered it from the bag containing Mr. Goldman's pants and socks, was it sealed?
Yes, it was.
What did you do with it?
I opened it up, unsealed it.
And showing you now, I'd ask that this photograph be marked Peoples 424A, if I may.
424A, bindle open.
Thank you. Do you see what's been marked as Peoples 424A?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It is the bindle that's been opened.
And I see some dark stuff in there. Is that what you saw?
Yes, it is.
Was it soil?
Soil and debris, yes.
Did you touch it?
No, I didn't.
After looking at it, what did you do?
Resealed it again. Closed it up, resealed it.
And where did you put it?
It was placed on the counter with the other items.
What other items?
The other sealed items.
What sealed items?
The other white bindles that I've had gathered from the other bags that came from the coroner's office and the physical evidence that was on the counter.
So you had the right frozen analysis envelope,
It was on the counter, yes.
and then you had the sealed bindles
Yes.
off to the side.
Yes.
After you resealed this one, did you look at the butcher paper underneath it?
Yes, I did.
And did you see any trace or soil or debris?
No, I did not.
And did you look at your gloves?
Yes, I did.
What'd you see on them?
They were clean.
And then what happened?
At that stage, then the gloves and the butcher block paper was thrown in the trash, discarded. New gloves, new butcher block paper was laid down.
Now, what was the next item that you looked at?
The next item, at this stage, I had gone through all the bags that I'd received from Mr. Goldman, and now I decided to start numbering to get the physical evidence taken care of, get that all together. And at this stage, I put the hair that I received, that I found with the boot or shoes, I made that item number 74.
And, all right, so now you knew everything that was assigned to Ron Goldman by the coroner,
Yes.
and you renumbered.
Yes, I did.
After assigning number 74 to the hair, the small bag that came in the bag with the shoes for Ron Goldman, what did you number next?
Next, I numbered the debris, and the debris that was number 75 was the debris that came with the shoes also. That was in the bindle with the shoes.
Showing you people 422. You see those 3 white bindles there in this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Are those the debris bindles that you were referring to?
Yes, they are.
You see numbers 75, 76, and 77 on them?
Yes, I do.
And are those the numbers you assigned?
Yes, they are.
And 75 was for the soil and debris that was found with what item?
75 was found with the shoes,
And 76?
found with trousers,
And 77?
found with his jacket or shirt.
And then did you assign envelopes? Okay, you said 74 went into the white frozen analysis envelope.
Yes, it did.
And what about the clothing? Were they assigned numbers?
Not at this time. I next renumbered Nicole's items, her physical evidence. I'm sorry, no, that's not correct.
Oh, what did you do?
In this case, I stuck with Mr. Goldman's items because I didn't want to have the same thing happen to me with when I was going over Miss Brown's items in case the coroner added some things to her clothing. I kept all my booked all of his items together. I did his physical items first, such as your hair and nails and the EDTA swatch. Then I did the debris, and then I proceeded on to get the descriptors of the clothing so I can list them. So I kept all of Mr. Goldman's items together.
All right, so after you finished the numbering of the soil and debris bindles, 75, 76, 77, then you went back to itemize the clothing of Ron Goldman?
Yes, I did.
Now, you indicated to us earlier that you had already examined the shirt and resealed it into a new bag.
Yes.
Was that done before you went back to the other items of evidence?
Yes, it was.
When you went to the other items, the shoes, the pants, and the socks, did you reopen his shirt bag?
No, there was no reason to.
So that was never opened again?
Exactly.
So what item did you go to and look at?
The shoes were next.
Did you examine them with clean paper down and clean gloves?
Yes, I did.
And did you repackage those into a new bag?
Yes, I did.
We already showed you that one, didn't we, in a photograph?
Yes.
And did you reseal it?
Yes, I did.
What item number did you give it?
I signed it number 78.
And did you mark the bag in some other fashion as well?
I put the DR number on it that's assigned to this case. I put my initials, my serial number, and the date that I sealed the bag.
And the DR number that's assigned to this case is?
940817431.
You sure?
Yes.
And that's what you wrote on the bags?
Yes, it is.
All these bags?
Yes.
And then did you examine the paper for hair, trace, or soil after you examined the shoes
Yes.
and your gloves?
Yes.
Did you see any?
No.
Did you change paper and gloves?
Yes, I did.
And then what did you do?
Then I proceeded on with the next item.
And that was?
Next item were the pants.
Showing a photograph, next in order, Peoples 420. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recognize what's shown there?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
Blue jeans covered with blood that I received from the coroner's office for Mr. Goldman.
Okay. Now, when you recovered it originally from the coroner's office, were they packaged alone, or was there something else in them, in that bag? Another item of clothing?
In the pants bag, there were socks were also packaged with them.
They were in the same bag, were they?
Yes, they were.
And after looking at the pants, what did you do with them?
After looking at the pants, they were put into a fresh bag.
And do you see a bag in the upper left-hand corner of this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us if you recognize the writing on that bag?
It's my writing.
Is that the new bag you put them into?
Yes, it is.
What did you do with the old bag that originally contained these pants and socks from the coroner's office?
The old bag was folded over and put aside with the old bag that the shirt came in.
Showing you what's been marked as People's 420. We're going to zoom in on the right-hand side of the photograph. Can you tell us if you recognize the bag shown in this photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It's the pants sock bag that was received from the coroner's office.
So again, you preserved that original as well?
Yes, I did.
And did you preserve that bag in the same manner as you did the original bag with the shoes?
Yes, I did.
After you examined the pants, you put them into the new bag?
Yes, I did.
Did you seal the bag?
Yes, they were.
And then did you examine the paper, the butcher paper?
Yes, I did.
Did you see anything on it?
No, ma'am.
And what did you do with the paper?
At this time, I still had the socks that came out of the bag, so that was still on it, so I examined the socks and then put the socks into a new bag also.
Now, why didn't you change paper between the pants and the socks?
Because the socks and the pants came in the same bag from the coroner's office, so if there's any cross-contamination between the two items, it had already occurred.
It was too late.
Yes.
Okay. When you examined the socks, did you notice any obvious soil or hair or debris?
No, ma'am.
After examining the socks, what did you do with them?
They were placed into a new bag.
People's
426.
Thank you. 426. You recognize that bag, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
It's a better view of the bag that you put the new bag you put the pants into?
Yes.
Is that your writing?
Yes, it is.
And then with respect to the socks? You've already identified the original bag because it came in the bag with the pants. Do you recognize the bag that's shown underneath the photograph of the socks in these two photographs?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It's got my writing on it.
That's the new bag you put the socks into?
Yes, it is.
Above that is a photograph I'd ask to be marked as People's 427, Your Honor.
427, photo of socks.
Do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
They're the socks that also were received from the coroner's office that were assigned to Mr. Goldman.
And is there a number there?
Yes, there is.
And do you recognize that number?
Yes, I do.
What number is that?
It's number 80.
And below that photograph is another photograph That's the one of the bag. I'd ask to be marked People's 427, Your Honor, 428, Your Honor.
428.
And that's the new bag you put the socks into.
Yes, it is.
And did you seal that bag?
Yes, I did.
After examining the socks on the butcher paper, did you examine the butcher paper for hair, trace, or soil?
Yes, I did.
Did you see any?
No, I did not.
How about your gloves?
They were also clean.
All right, at this point then you had already examined all of the clothing, first the shirt, then the shoes, then the pants and socks, correct?
Yes.
And what did you do with respect to the numbering of each of these items?
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
Well, you told us earlier that you had marked the soil and debris bindles as 75, 76, and 77,
Yes.
and that you then went on to number the clothing.
Yes.
And what did you number the clothing?
The shoes were numbered 78, the pants number 79, the socks number 80, and the shirt 81.
At this point, had you completed all of your processing with respect to Ron Goldman?
Yes, I had.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the afternoon session. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. Don't discuss this case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. Also, don't allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. Also, with regards to two of the jurors, I asked Mrs. Robertson to collect from you two books that I need to take a look at to see if there's any problem material in those. So hopefully there won't be, and we'll get those back to you tomorrow. All right? All right, counsel, anything else? All right, we'll stand in recess as far as the jury is concerned until 9 o'clock, and that special proceeding tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock. All right. And Ms. Lewis, you may step down. You're ordered to return tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock.